एवरीवन हेलो एवरीवन गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 26 ऑफ दिसंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का ये लाइव सेशन। फिलहाल के लिए अगर देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल को देख लेते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल कल के लेवल पे ओपन हुआ है, पूरा रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही है। ठीक है, थोड़ा बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, याद होगा कल भी। कल थोड़ा लो लेवल से सेलिंग आ गई थी, आज एग्जैक्टली वहीं पर ओपन हुआ था। तो यहाँ पर कहीं पर भी सेल कर सकते हो। लोअर एंड से सेल करोगे थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम रखना, क्योंकि एसएल बड़ा हो जाएगा नहीं तो। राइट। और थोड़ा सा अपर लेवल पे आ जाए तो बेस्ट है, वहाँ एसएल थोड़ा छोटा हो जाएगा, नथिंग एल्स। बाकी ये पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन है। नीचे टारगेट वो कल का ही जो सपोर्ट एरिया था वहाँ तक का एक टारगेट रखेंगे। एंड वो सपोर्ट कल मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो ये ब्रेक हो जाना चाहिए। एंड ब्रेक होके ही नीचे एफईजी है वहाँ तक आना चाहिए, अगर ब्रेक होता है तो। बाकी फिर उसके नीचे और भी सपोर्ट एरियाज हैं, अगर वहाँ आएगा तो वी विल सी दैट। ठीक है, बाकी ये सपोर्ट तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग वीक हो जाना चाहिए नीचे वाला, अगर यहाँ पर पहुंचता है। बाकी अगर ऊपर ब्रेकआउट होता है अबाउट 6060 के ऊपर, तो फिर ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट के आधे को ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है या एफईजी का हो, वो एक मेजर है रेजिस्टेंस, जहाँ पर हमें थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस देखने के लिए ऊपर और मिल सकता है। की अगर बात करें, लेट्स सी द गोल्ड एज वेल। गोल्ड में भी परसों के लेवल है, कुछ खास चेंज हुआ नहीं है। एफईजी था वहीं से, एक दो एफईजी थे, पुराना वाला तो ब्रेक कर दिया था, नया वाला जो पुराना वाला एफईजी था वहीं से फिर रिजेक्शन ले रहा है प्राइस अभी। एंड नीचे आप देखोगे तो प्राइस के पास अराउंड सपोर्ट एरिया है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 2600 से 2606 के आसपास एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा आपको। और ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, वैसे तो ये टेस्ट हो गया, मुझे लगता नहीं है होल्ड कर पाएगा अब। ये टेस्ट कर चुका है ऊपर, ये होल्ड करना मुश्किल लग रहा है। इसके ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे देखेंगे। बाकी अभी एफईजी है, सेल करना चाह रहे हो एफईजी से सेल कर सकते हो, या फिर ये जो एफईजी इसका ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट हो जाए 2628 के ऊपर, तो फिर तब देखेंगे। फिलहाल के लिए एफईजी का रेजिस्टेंस है जहाँ से प्राइस रिजेक्शन ले रहा है। नेचुरल गैस को देख लेते हैं फटाफट से। नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना, जो आपका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है नेचुरल गैस का, वो इवन दो अभी जनवरी मंथ का एक्सपायर हुआ नहीं है, आज एक्सपायरी है शायद, दिसंबर मंथ की, माफ़ करना। तो आप जनवरी मंथ में ट्रेड करना, बिकॉज ऑप्शन भी जनवरी मंथ का ही हम कर रहे हैं। सो ऑप्शन में और फ्यूचर में दोनों में ही जो चार्ट आप यूज़ करना, ठीक है, वो चार्ट यूज़ करना आप किसका, जनवरी मंथ का। ठीक है, एक्सपायरी है तो वॉलेटिलिटी रहेगी दिसंबर मंथ में बहुत ज़्यादा। और ऑप्शन में कर रहे हो तो ऑप्शन के अलाइन होके आपका जनवरी का जो चार्ट है वही चलता है। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, लाइक कर दो। मेरी वॉइस आ रही है तो लेट मी नो इन द कमेंट बॉक्स, मेरी वॉइस क्लियर आ रही है, फिर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इज माई वॉइस इज क्लियर टू एवरीवन? मामा जी, गुड आफ्टरनून। नेचुरल क्या दिसंबर फ्यूचर इतना वॉलेटाइल क्यों, एक्सपायरी है? जनवरी का यूज कर लो। यूज जनवरी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इन नेचुरल गैस। ओके, बाकी डेटा की बात करें तो एक ही डेटा है आज, क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। लेट्स सी द नेचुरल गैस एज वेल। नेचुरल गैस को भी देख लेते हैं फटाफट से एक बार।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Chris Pitt. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has condemned strikes against Ukraine's energy grid, describing the Christmas Day bombardments as bloody and brutal. More than 70 missiles and over 100 drones were used in the attack. Here's Ukrainian MP Maria Metsin-Serva.
I woke up slightly after 6 a.m. hearing at least 10 explosions. We have witnessed a missile ballistic attack targeting energy grids, water supply, and heating grids.
Maria Metzinserva speaking there after the attack forced Ukraine to limit power supplies, leaving 500,000 people in the Kharkiv region without heat at Christmas. US President Joe Biden has condemned the attacks and reaffirmed the US commitment to continue delivering weapons to Ukraine. To other news now, officials in Kazakhstan say at least 38 people have been killed in a plane crash near the city of Alktau. An Azerbaijani plane with 67 people on board was flying from Baku to Russia but was rerouted due to fog. 29 people, including children, are reported to have survived. Azerbaijan's president says it's too early to identify the cause.
The reasons for the crash are not yet known to us. There are various theories, but I believe it is premature to discuss them. The matter must be thoroughly investigated.
The words of Azerbaijan's president Ilham Aliyev, spoken there by a translator. Elsewhere, Japan Airlines says it's experiencing issues with its system due to a cyber attack. The airline has halted ticket sales for international and local departures due to the incident, with some domestic flights also delayed. Shares in the airline fell by as much as 2.5% in morning trade in Tokyo, but recovered slightly in the early afternoon. Moving to the UK now, which is predicted to outperform its European peers and maintain its position among the world's biggest economies over the next 15 years. That's according to the Centre for Economics and Business Research. They're predicting that Britain and France will remain in 6th and 7th positions by 2039 respectively, as Germany, Italy and Spain slip down the leaderboard. The upbeat assessment will be welcomed by Prime Minister Keir Starmer after official figures this week showed the economy had failed to grow since his Labour government took power in July. According to the forecast from the CEBR, the US will retain its crown as the world's largest economy, holding off competition from China. The economics consultancy says it does believe that China will eventually take the top spot, but only briefly due to structural and demographic constraints. King Charles used his Christmas message to reflect on the riots that followed the fatal stabbing of 3 young girls in Southport this summer, praising the response of many.
I felt a deep sense of pride here in the United Kingdom when, in response to anger and lawlessness in several towns this summer, communities came together, not to repeat these behaviours, but to repair.
The King also paid tribute to medical staff who've supported both him and the Princess of Wales during their separate cancer treatments. The British monarch offered his heartfelt thanks to the doctors and nurses, describing them as selfless. To sport now, with 16 of the Premier League's 20 clubs set to play today. Out of form, Manchester City host Everton in Boxing Day's lunchtime kickoff, with the champions having won just one of their last 12 matches. League leaders Liverpool look for a win that would at least maintain their 4-point advantage at the top of the table when they travel to Leicester in the late game. And second in the table, Chelsea host Fulham in a West London derby at Stamford Bridge. And in the US, Patrick Mahomes led reigning Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs to a 29-10 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers in Netflix's NFL debut on Christmas Day. In the streaming giant's other holiday game, the Baltimore Ravens routed the Houston Texans 31-2. But the late Netflix game will be remembered by many for its halftime show, with the Grammy-winning superstar Beyoncé riding in on a white horse before delivering a 13-minute medley for her hometown Houston crowd. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Chris Pitt, and this is Bloomberg.
What could you do if your data was working for you and not against you? With Bloomberg delivering enterprise data directly to your systems, you get easy access to the details you want, optimized for higher-level analysis, and financial data experts committed to helping you maximize your every move. Our data is made for more, so you can show the world what you're made of. Visit Bloomberg.com/enterprise data to learn more.
उसकी वो साउंड आ रही है, मेरी साउंड नहीं आ रही? नहीं, मेरी साउंड भी आ रही होगी। आई होप नाउ इट इज माय साउंड इज आल्सो क्लियर। हाँ, क्रूड को रेजिस्टेंस पे सेल कर सकते हैं बताया, बट लोअर लेवल पे थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रखना। वो पूरा रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही है, बड़ा रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, तो अगर यहाँ से सेल करोगे एसएल बड़ा हो जाएगा बहुत ज़्यादा। तो उसका 50% लेवल का भी आने का वेट कर सकते हो। आएगा नहीं आएगा इसकी कोई गारंटी नहीं है, बट आएगा तो हाँ एसएल छोटा हो जाएगा। नीचे से सेल करोगे तो क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना, नहीं तो एसएल बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा एक्चुअली में। थोड़ा ऊपर से सेलिंग आए तो थोड़ा एसएल छोटा रहेगा तो बेटर होगा।
Today, Biden's death sentence commutations and how they'll frustrate Trump's plan to expand executions.
Details of Matt Gaetz's House Ethics Report reveal the scale of allegations against the former congressman.
And how Christian leaders in Syria are advising their followers to enjoy a scaled-back Christmas this year.
It's Tuesday, December 24th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Christopher Waljesper in Chicago.
And I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
When you hear LSEG data and analytics, what do you think of? Comprehensive data you can trust, exclusive access to Reuters News, industry-leading analytics and unique insights. Discover new possibilities with LSEG data and analytics.
President Joe Biden is commuting the sentences of 37 death row inmates, converting them to life in prison without parole. The decision is in direct opposition to President-elect Donald Trump, who says he plans to resume executions at the federal level once he's in office. White House reporter Nandita Bose has been digging into Biden's decision.
So President Biden was under a lot of pressure from congressional Democrats, human rights groups. Pope Francis weighed in, and they wanted him to do away with the death penalty. And there was this consistent pressure building on the president for the past several months. And he did not do away with the death penalty entirely. He still left 3 men on the death row for crimes they've committed. But he definitely moved the needle when it comes to doing away with the death penalty. It was a huge step forward.
What did Biden have to say about his reasoning for making this decision?
Biden said he was guided by his conscience and that he was convinced that the death penalty at the federal level needs to be stopped, and that he couldn't stand back and see a new Trump administration resume executions that he had stopped when he got into office.
So 37 out of 40, who are the 3 individuals whose sentences he didn't commute?
Right. So it leaves out 3 of the most actually well-known men. It's Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, who was convicted the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. And then there was Robert Bowers, who was convicted for the mass shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh in 2018. And then Dylan Roof, who was convicted for the shooting at the church in Charleston in 2015. And the reason these three men were left out is because Biden's decision does not apply to cases of terrorism or mass murder. All three have filed their appeals, and legal challenges to their sentences, which is a process that can take years and may not happen while Trump is in office.
Matt Gaetz, former Florida congressman and briefly President-elect Donald Trump's pick for attorney general, allegedly paid a 17-year-old young woman for sex and purchased drugs illegally, dating back to 2017. That's according to a House Ethics Committee report made public on Monday. Our legal reporter, Andrew Goldsworth, is based in D.C. and is covering the fallout.
I think the most surprising thing is the scale of this. We knew, Congressman Gaetz has been facing allegations in this area for quite a long time, but this report really laid out in detail how long it lasted and how many people were involved. The report found that he paid more than $90,000 to about 12 different women from 2017 until 2020, and the report found that many of those payments were for illegal drugs or for sex.
And now he's already dropped out of consideration for a cabinet appointment, but what sort of fallout could Gaetz see from this?
It's unclear. Obviously, this could become an issue if Gaetz wants to try to get back his House seat or potentially run for the Senate in Florida. We know that he's already been announced to join the right-wing news organization One America News Network as a host there. He's already been criminally investigated over these allegations by the Department of Justice, and they told him last year that he was not going to face charges.
How has Gaetz responded?
He issued a statement on X, on social media, before it came out, basically characterizing this as his generosity to what he called former girlfriends or people that he dated. He has denied having sex with anyone who is underage, but he also didn't agree to speak under oath with the committee.
Luigi Mangione has pled not guilty to charges of terrorism and murder in the December 4th fatal shooting of health insurance executive Brian Thompson in Manhattan. If convicted, Mangione faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Donald Trump says he'll consider not shutting down social media site TikTok.
Maybe we gotta keep this sucker around a little while,
The U.S. Senate passed a law last April requiring TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance to divest the app, citing national security concerns. The app could be banned in the United States by January 19th, though ByteDance is fighting the law and the U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to hear the case.
And the Trump transition team is planning to pull out of the World Health Organization on day one. That's according to a health law expert familiar with the discussions. Trump kickstarted the one-year exit process in 2020 during his first term, but Biden later reversed the decision. Sudan has dropped out of a global hunger monitoring system, a move likely to undercut efforts to deal with one of the world's largest hunger crises. It comes as the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification System, or IPC, is due to release a report that's expected to show famine spreading across the country. The Sudanese government has accused the IPC of issuing unreliable reports that undermine the country's sovereignty. A Russian cargo ship has sunk in the Mediterranean Sea between Spain and Algeria. 2 of its crew are missing, according to the Russian Foreign Ministry. The ship went down after an explosion in the engine room. In Israel, the Defense Ministry has publicly admitted for the first time to killing Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. Haniyeh was assassinated in Tehran in July. Chinese authorities have agreed to issue 3 trillion yuan, that's over $400 billion worth of special treasury bonds next year. It would be the highest number on record as Beijing ramps up its fiscal stimulus to revive a faltering economy. China's trying to soften the blow from an expected increase in US tariffs on Chinese imports when Donald Trump returns to the White House in January. The move underscores Beijing's willingness to go even deeper into debt to counter deflationary forces in the world's second largest economy. Now to Syria, where church leaders are advising Christians to scale back Christmas celebrations this year. Despite assurances from the Islamists who have just taken power that they are free to practice their religion. Amina Ismail is in Damascus.
The de facto ruler Ahmed al-Shira has repeatedly assured them and said that Christians and other religious minorities will be safe in the new Syria and will have equal rights. But there has been a few incidents that took place over the last 2 weeks that are triggering these fears. For example, on December 18th, a group of armed men raided a church in Homs, opened fire, tried to destroy a cross, destroyed a Christian cemetery. The church leaders called HTS, and they said in a statement that they quickly sent people and it was dealt with swiftly. But that's not the only incident. Like, for example, I've seen SUVs driving in predominantly Christian areas, blasting jihadist songs. And although Christian leaders every time they have reported any of these incidents to HTS, they would distance themselves from them and they would apologize and promise that they're still trying to restore security and order in the country. But they're still worried. So Christian leaders in Damascus, for instance, held a meeting and they decided that they will scale back on their Christmas celebrations this year, meaning that they will keep any kind of celebrations inside the premises of the church, unlike what they used to do in previous years. Like, for example, Santa that was connected to the church would walk around the streets and distribute sweets and things in the area, but they decided for this year they're going to keep it inside the church to avoid any kind of confrontation and provocation with these armed men who are just roaming around the streets. For now, they're cautious. They're waiting to see whether HCS and Ahmed al-Shara will be able to contain all these armed groups and give them their freedoms and rights that they used to have.
Experience the difference with LSEG Workspace, your personal ecosystem for unique insights, news, and analytics. With AI-augmented recommendations to gain the competitive edge and collaborate effortlessly with your community. LSEG Workspace, supercharge your impact.
And today's recommended read is the story of Oleg Kolesnikov, a Ukrainian citizen turned Russian spy. There's a link to that story in the pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. We're taking a few days off for the holiday, but we'll be back on Friday with our daily headline show.
हाँ मैं जी नेचुरल गैस लेवल बताइए, नेचुरल गैस के लेवल लगाए तो है, जनवरी मंथ का चार्ट लगाया तो है क्रूड ऑयल के साथ। गैस में दिसंबर मंथ का फ्यूचर यूज़ मत करना, जनवरी मंथ का यूज़ कर लेना, बिकॉज एक्सपायरी है जनवरी दिसंबर मंथ की, तो वहाँ पर वॉलेटिलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है, लेवल थोड़े से बिगड़ चुके हैं अब। ऑप्शन में ट्रेड करो या फ्यूचर में ट्रेड करो, ऑप्शन तो ऑलरेडी आपके पास जनवरी का ही है, एंड फ्यूचर भी जनवरी के का ही यूज़ करो, ठीक है। मार्केट देखोगे तो वही नॉर्मली था, लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन पे एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था, दिसंबर मंथ में वो ऊपर निकल गया था, लेकिन जनवरी मंथ में रेजिस्टेंस पे ही था, थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन ओपन हुआ, नीचे एक एफईजी था, वहां से मार्केट ने एक सपोर्ट लिया, सपोर्ट लेके वही कल के हाई के ऊपर पहुंच चुका है। लेट्स सी अभी हाई ब्रेक करता है तो ये भी अराउंड वन टाइम टू टाइम ऑलरेडी रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है, थर्ड टाइम है, अब की बार आया तो ब्रेकआउट ही होगा, फिर ऊपर लेवल कुछ है नहीं तो देखेंगे कोई नए लेवल बनेंगे तो फॉरेक्स चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग, बिकॉज एमसीएक्स में तो लेवल शो नहीं हो रहे। नीचे एफईजी ब्रेक होता है तो फिर नीचे एक सपोर्ट है 287, वहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत रुके, अगर वो ब्रेक हो गया 285 के नीचे तो फिर 277 के अराउंड ही एक छोटा सा एफईजी दिख रहा है मुझे फिलहाल के लिए, एंड देन सपोर्ट आपका फिर सीधा 271 के अराउंड है, तो वो काफ़ी नीचे ही पड़ेगा। नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट नहीं दिख रहा? अरे यार, 1 सेकेंड यार, 1 सेकेंड। हाँ, वो अब दिख रहा होगा नेचुरल गैस का चार्ट। ठीक है, कल वो रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे था जैसा मैंने बताया, वहां से एक सेलिंग आई थी जनवरी मंथ के चार्ट में, तो लेवल पे ही रुका रहा प्राइस। दिसंबर मंथ में ब्रेकआउट कर गया था, बट वो लेवल अब हम कंफ्यूज नहीं कर रहे। फ्लैट ओपन था, थोड़ा सा गैप डाउन कह सकते हो, नीचे एक एफईजी था, वहां से फिर से सपोर्ट लेके ऊपर जा रहा है। ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस अभी वीक मानना चाहिए हमें, 2 बार ये टेस्ट कर चुका है। लास्ट टाइम तो ऑलमोस्ट ये ब्रेकआउट ही कर दिया था दिसंबर मंथ में। नीचे हमारे पास वो कल का जो लेवल था याद होगा, ये नीचे सपोर्ट बना हुआ था, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ था। रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेकआउट हो गया था तो नीचे वाला सपोर्ट हमने कंसीडर कर लिया था, तो वो एक सपोर्ट अभी भी है। तो फिलहाल ये लेवल है, अगर इसके ऊपर निकल गया ब्रेकआउट करके तो फिर ऊपर कोई लेवल नहीं है इसमें। 15 मिनट में लेवल शो नहीं हो रहे हैं, ध्यान रखना। या तो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम यूज़ करेंगे या फिर 15 मिनट का फॉरेक्स का चार्ट यूज़ करेंगे। तो बाइंग में हो तो प्रॉफिट बुक करना, यहाँ ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट करेगा तो फिर बाइंग का प्लान करते हैं। सेलिंग थोड़ा सा रिस्की रहेगी, अब ध्यान रखना इस लेवल पे। एफईजी भी काफ़ी बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, तो नीचे आ जाए तो अगर 287 वो अच्छा लेवल रहेगा बाइंग के लिए वापस से। दिख रहा है, चलो बढ़िया है, ग्रेट। लाइक भी करते रहो फिर गाइस, जो लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है।
businesses in the space. But that is yet to materialize, and it's impossible to know what the scale will be of an NVIDIA or other players in the artificial intelligence ecosystem. I think investors are just so focused on the opportunity set, on what it can be, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you bought NVIDIA a year ago or 2 years ago, you're pretty excited about where it is today, and you think that it could go to the moon. As a result, you don't really focus on the risks. You're sort of just too excited about the opportunity.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear what you think about our shows here on Bloomberg Television. Do you think we're doing well? Do you think we need to change some things?
Do you like Matt Miller?
Should I wear a wig on a regular basis?
Please write that in. I'm scared.
The first monthly loss for the S&P in 7 months, 30 minutes until it started trading. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Sonali Basak. And I'm Katie Greifeld. Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
There are some things we take for granted. Life is finite and organic. But what if everything we know about being human, from how we come into the world to how we depart it, were about to be radically transformed? New ways of creating life that move baby making into the lab, defying the laws of reproduction. Once incurable diseases cured using digital replicas of our bodies that copy us right down to our cells. And as we confront the inevitability of death, the promise of digital eternity beckons. We find ourselves on the brink of a future where the very essence of what it means to live and die may change forever. Reproduction is being unbound from biology's old rules, expanding the paths to parenthood in ways you wouldn't believe. The first major technology that disrupted what we know of reproduction was IVF. Now, IVG, or in vitro gametogenesis, has created possibilities far beyond what IVF offered. The possibility to turn any cell in your body into a sperm or an egg.
My first introduction to IVG was from the person who developed the technology, Shinya Yamanake.
B-roll, take one. Are we ready?
He at that time had told me that it could be possible to change a skin cell into a sperm or egg cell. I thought it was going to be really far into the future, and I was surprised at how quickly we're at this discussion now. Development now is dynamic. It's not just one way. You can take normal cells like a blood cell or a brain cell that are fully committed to just doing one thing, and then say, you can go back to school. You can go back up the chain, become developmentally something much younger, a stem cell, and then go down a different path.
Stem cells are like blank pages that can be rewritten. In the case of IVG, they take a new path to become reproductive cells, the building blocks to make a baby.
All of these technologies are unnatural. Chemotherapy is unnatural. Eyeglasses are unnatural. It's not natural versus unnatural. For me, it's ethically unnatural or unethically unnatural. It's all unnatural.
Infertility affects anywhere from 12 to 17% of the population. And for some people, this is fine. They are not interested in starting a family. But for others, having a family is a deep need to have a child that's biologically related. And so in vitro gametogenesis could be an option for that person who doesn't make their own gametes to have a baby that's biologically related to them.
Baby Mark.
In vitro gametogenesis is almost like a science fiction technology to the general public. But this is achievable using scientific models in the lab, so it's reasonable to predict that this can be achieved using human cells as well.
Technologies like this hit upon a very common refrain, which is once we get a new ability to do something radical, it also creates a lot of uncertainty.
If IVG becomes viable in humans, it paves the way for a future where infertile couples could have children with their own DNA. Older women could conceive, extending the biological clock. Same-sex couples could have a child related to both parents. And in the most radical change of all, a person could have a baby with themselves. No partner or sperm or egg donor necessary.
In the past with IVF, the main issues were should
a few more trying to line up for a dinner invitation.
Yeah, I mean, everyone seems to be making their way to Mar-a-Lago. There is a very different feel this time around, Caroline, as you might recall from 2016. At that point, Trump did hold that sort of famous meeting in Trump Tower where all of the tech executives ended up coming, but it felt more like they were almost forced to be there, right? And they were dealing with their employees back at
अगर निफ्टी को भी देखोगे तो निफ्टी 50 फ्यूचर चार्ट में परसों कल 3 दिन से सेम ही लेवल चल रहे हैं, वही लेवल अभी भी बने हुए हैं। मार्केट ने एक विक बनाई जरूर है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, बट स्टिल होल्डिंग दैट एफईजी एरिया। तो मॉर्निंग पे ऊपर वाले एफईजी पे ओपन हुआ था, वहां से सेलिंग अच्छी आ गई, नीचे फिर सपोर्ट लेके ऊपर जा रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं रेंज ब्रेक होने के चांसेस लग रहे हैं अब ज़्यादा, काफ़ी दिनों से रेंज के अंदर ही फंसा हुआ है। एफईजी टू एफईजी इन 15 मिनट।
when one of your biggest enemies is sitting right there across the table from you.
Certainly, space competition fierce between Blue Origin and SpaceX, Kurt. But ultimately, what do you think that they will achieve by giving small, in the case of the absolute balance sheets they have, but small amounts towards the inauguration of Trump, and indeed these meetings where they're showing off? I think Mark was showing off the Meta glasses and the latest innovations to President-elect Trump. Going forward, how is this sort of dovetailing into actually what they want to see from a legislative agenda?
Yeah, I think everyone sort of is in agreement that the best way to stay on Donald Trump's good side is to, praise him, to show up and sort of demonstrate that with a public display of affection, right? Whether that be a $1 million donation to the inaugural fund, showing up to dinner and making that trek across the country to be there in person. And every one of these companies wants something different, but I think generally, if you want a blanket statement, they don't want him to come in hard with regulation around all of the technology they're building, especially with regards to AI, right? Like the last thing Mark Zuckerberg wants, for example, is for the Trump administration to suddenly say, hey, we're going to try to hamper this AI growth, or we're going to make it very difficult for you, Mark Zuckerberg, in particular, because you didn't show up to Mar-a-Lago and make Trump feel special, right? And so I think they are all doing what they need to do just to simply be in his good graces, in hopes that those relationships, because they are so important to the incoming president, those relationships will ultimately help, make their road easier over these next 4 years.
Bgrim entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries. aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
Welcome to Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event in London. I'm Anna Edwards. For the first time ever, Bloomberg is bringing together the most influential female voices in finance from around the world to debate and discuss the biggest themes facing the future of finance and business. On the agenda, the future of investing, asset management and banking, to the role of women as consumers, owners and as CEOs. Women around the world are controlling a greater share of wealth and making more of the key financial decisions.
We are in the midst of the largest wealth transfer in history right at this very moment. So $100 trillion of wealth is going to next-gen and millennial clients over the next decade. So that has some pretty significant implications. But in addition to that, women are controlling more and more global wealth.
I got very comfortable at a very young age being an outsider. But what that has meant throughout my entire career in semiconductors, sector, in venture capital, and in startup world is that I'm always looking at how do we make sure those outside voices are brought into the technology development.
I've been on a journey in women's football as a player, but I really wanted to be part of the future of commercializing the game, reimagining the game, providing equity and power to players.
I've gotten to know Carrie and the executive producer and the screenwriter who came up with the concept of The Diplomat. Her name is Deborah Kahn. But when she first brought that to the studios, they said to her, "Oh, it's a great plot, but there'll never be a female ambassador to the UK."
There you go.
So anyway, I'm the second in 200 years.
One thing that is really remarkable about LA is that the majority of major museums are currently run by women. There's sort of a moment.
That's a big responsibility, but it also gives a lot of opportunities. So our investment horizons is basically infinite.
The global investing industry has undergone dramatic shifts in recent years as the biggest firms are getting bigger. Passive funds are closing the gap with active managers, and the rise of private capital is turning up the heat on the competition. Franklin Templeton President and CEO Jenny Johnson shared her thoughts on the industry's demand for innovation and adaptation.
I think a lot of the growth in alternatives actually comes from kind of the 2008 financial crisis. So one, with banks not changing the capital requirements around banks really want to preserve their capital for their biggest and best clients. And so it created this opportunity for private credit to step in. I think that, honestly, low interest rates were probably one of the things that fueled private equity, but also a bit of the environment where I think less and less companies want to go public. And I don't think that trend changes. I don't think there's a lot of people going, boy, I'd really like to be a public company CEO these days. And I think in a time where you have all these great technological advances like AI, where companies need to invest in the technology that may not pay off for years, it's really hard with the pressure of quarterly earnings. And so in some cases, transforming a company ends up being better in the structure of private equity. So I think like that trend is here. I think, and I'm a big fan of blockchain. I think that's going to open up new investment opportunities and kind of interesting things. I always say that eventually your financial advisor is going to report your portfolio in three ways. They're going to say, here's your investment return. Here's the impact you have. And by the way, here are the loyalty programs that you've gotten from your tokenized equity ownership that have now tied loyalty programs to it. So that's where I think things ultimately evolve.
So on blockchain and Bitcoin, does that change significantly under a Trump administration?
Oh, for sure. And again, I always make sure you separate Bitcoin from blockchain. Okay, so
fair.
Bitcoin, different deal. I was a skeptic of it initially, but a couple things people said to me. One, somebody who lived in Israel said, my parents and grandparents had their money taken away by the government. They will always keep a portion of their savings in Bitcoin. And then I had actually an employee who lived in the Middle East and said, if I say the wrong thing, I can have my accounts frozen. So I always keep a percentage of my earnings in Bitcoin. And obviously in the kind of key, because they can keep it protected. So if you grow up in a society where you feel your money's safe, you think that doesn't make any sense. And why should this external currency come in? But if you actually think that there's a lot of the world that would like that safety and control, you can see where Bitcoin has a lot of opportunity. And then blockchain, again, it's a technology. It's a technology that's going to do a lot of really good things in financial services. A lot of toll takers take a piece of a transaction. That can eliminate it, and so it's going to create more efficiencies. It's going to open up investment opportunities.
Jenny, do you think that there'll be a catalyst for companies to want to go public again, or is it just private all the way? Is this, a trend for the next 5-10 years?
So I actually think it used to be you go venture, private equity, IPO, public markets. I think that stays, and we see it where people are just waiting a lot longer to go public. But at some point, people want that liquidity and monetize it, and the private markets aren't yet that liquid. There's some amount. But I actually think what you're starting to see is public companies being taken private because we invested in a company, InvestNet, and they have $3 trillion in assets by financial advisor platform, right? They need to invest in it. It is hard as a public company to make those kind of investments and say to the street, hey, by the way, this is going to impact earnings for the next 18 months. So they become private, right? And so they were taken private by Bain Capital, and then they'll go public, I think, again. So I think there's going to be this new cycle of pulling people off, doing the investment that needs to happen, whether it's AI investments or whatever, and then going public again.
Another area of the finance industry facing disruption, hedge funds. Firms are under more pressure than ever to deliver alpha and justify their fees. So how do the top funds effectively compete for investor dollars? Man Group CEO Robin Grew shared her strategy with Bloomberg's Caroline Gage.
This is a time when I think the alternative investment management space has everything to play for. It's a time when clients need us more. It's a time when we're coming out of this rather benign environment where you had, as asset holders, everything just held onto it and you'd be fine. We're now in states of volatility and dispersion. And so how do you grow? How do you service your clients? One, you ensure you're relevant to them. You know that they need more from you. The more diversified the content you have, the better for them. The more you're able to find solutions for them and answers for them that actually address the questions and the challenges that they are living through. And you do that by looking at your ability to have that orthogonal or uncorrelated content and capability that delivers returns to them through these different economic cycles that we're now living through. So how do you grow your assets? You listen to your clients. You make sure you're relevant to them, you grow your capabilities to deliver that to them, and it's hard work, but that's what you have to do.
How important is scale, and what are you hearing from them on that front?
There's definitely a consolidation. There's a consolidation both at allocators but also at investment managers. That thing where you say, I need to face fewer managers who can help me do more. So that consolidation is there. So scale matters in the sense of being able to deliver all of that capability to them. And it matters in the way that you build your organisation so you are able to deliver what you deliver without reducing the alpha that you've captured. So it's no good finding this very elusive thing called alpha and outperformance only to lose it through your own inefficiencies. So scale and capability, your operating platform, which might not sound the most exciting thing for us all to talk about, but happens to be incredibly important, is the thing that I think is important in that scale debate or that conversation too. So can you deliver what you have at scale efficiently and return as much alpha to clients as possible without losing it through your own inefficiencies?
How fierce is the competition right now for talent in your business?
Huge, massive. It's always going to be that way. the competition is in every part. If you want the very best people, you have to recognise that you have to provide them with an environment and a space and an offer that makes them feel great about coming into work every day. So the competition is fierce, but actually I feel quite good about Man's positioning. So from a discretionary or fundamental investing perspective, do the platforms have an attention of war, of a tug of war, of great capability? Absolutely. But are there things that make it different? Is this just about money at the end of the day? Listen, we work in financial services. There's a value proposition here that everybody lives with. But I would wager that most people in this audience, if not everybody, could go and get another job tomorrow. Maybe they could go and get a slight increase in their comp tomorrow. But most people in this audience will also think about the culture they want to live in, the value set they're alongside, whether they can grow their capability in their business. If you're an investor, whether you have sources of capital that come from more than one place. You'll think about the tech that you have, the operating platform you have, the access to clients you have. You'll think about whether you want a global stage or not. In other words, this talent piece is not a binary thing either. If you're a technologist, you like dealing. My experience, we have about 650 of them, self-identified technologists in some form or other, quants or data scientists or modelers or developers. They love being and having access to the very best technology. They want to be put in a box, and they love solving real-world problems and challenges. That's what we do every day when we come to work. So you're giving the brightest minds the best capability to solve real-world issues that are very, very hard. That's exciting.
Still ahead from the Bloomberg Women, Money and Power event in London.
My ambition is to be a high-returning, high-quality earnings, modern, simpler institution that continues to.
Welcome to Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event in London. I'm Anna Edwards. For the first time ever, Bloomberg is bringing together the most influential female voices in finance from around the world to debate and discuss the biggest themes facing the future of finance and business. On the agenda, the future of investing, asset management and banking, to the role of women as consumers, owners and as CEOs. Women around the world are controlling a greater share of wealth and making more of the key financial decisions.
We are in the midst of the largest wealth transfer in history right at this very moment. So $100 trillion of wealth is going to next-gen and millennial clients over the next decade. So that has some pretty significant implications. But in addition to that, women are controlling more and more global wealth.
I got very comfortable at a very young age being an outsider. But what that has meant throughout my entire career in semiconductors, sector, in venture capital, and in startup world is that I'm always looking at how do we make sure those outside voices are brought into the technology development.
I've been on a journey in women's football as a player, but I really wanted to be part of the future of commercializing the game, reimagining the game, providing equity and power to players.
I've gotten to know Carrie and the executive producer and the screenwriter who came up with the concept of the diplomat. Her name is Deborah Kahn. But when she first brought that to the studios, they said to her, "Oh, it's a great plot, but there'll never be a female ambassador to the UK."
There you go.
So anyway, I'm the second in 200 years.
One thing that is really remarkable about LA is that the majority of major museums are currently run by women. There's sort of a moment.
That's a big responsibility, but it also gives a lot of opportunities. So our investment horizons is basically infinite.
The global investing industry has undergone dramatic shifts in recent years as the biggest firms are getting bigger. Passive funds are closing the gap with active managers, and the rise of private capital is turning up the heat on the competition. Franklin Templeton President and CEO Jenny Johnson shared her thoughts on the industry's demand for innovation and adaptation.
I think a lot of the growth in alternatives actually comes from kind of the 2008 financial crisis. So one, with banks not changing the capital requirements around banks really want to preserve their capital for their biggest and best clients. And so it created this opportunity for private credit to step in. I think that, honestly, low interest rates were probably one of the things that fueled private equity, but also a bit of the environment where I think less and less companies want to go public. And I don't think that trend changes. I don't think there's a lot of people going, boy, I'd really like to be a public company CEO these days. And I think in a time where you have all these great technological advances like AI, where companies need to invest in the technology that may not pay off for years, it's really hard with the pressure of quarterly earnings. And so in some cases, transforming a company ends up being better in the structure of private equity. So I think like that trend is here. I think, and I'm a big fan of blockchain. I think that's going to open up new investment opportunities and kind of interesting things. I always say that eventually your financial advisor is going to report your portfolio in three ways. They're going to say, here's your investment return, here's the impact you have, and by the way, here are the loyalty programs that you've gotten from your tokenized equity ownership that have now tied loyalty programs to it. So that's where I think things ultimately evolve.
So on blockchain and Bitcoin, does that change significantly under a Trump administration?
Oh, for sure. And again, I always make sure you separate Bitcoin from blockchain. Okay,
fair.
So Bitcoin, different deal. I was a skeptic of it initially, but a couple things people said to me. One, somebody who lived in Israel said, my parents and grandparents had their money taken away by the government. They will always keep a portion of their savings in Bitcoin. And then I had actually an employee who lived in the Middle East and said, if I say the wrong thing, I can have my accounts frozen. So I always keep a percentage of my earnings in Bitcoin. And obviously in the kind of key, because they can keep it protected. So if you grow up in a society where you feel your money's safe, you think that doesn't make any sense. And why should this external currency come in? But if you actually think that there's a lot of the world that would like that safety and control, you can see where Bitcoin has a lot of opportunity. And then blockchain, again, it's a technology. It's a technology that's going to do a lot of really good things in financial services. A lot of toll takers take a piece of a transaction. That can eliminate it, and so it's going to create more efficiencies. It's going to open up investment opportunities.
Jenny, do you think that there'll be a catalyst for companies to want to go public again, or is it just private all the way? Is this, a trend for the next 5-10 years?
So I actually think it used to be you go venture, private equity, IPO, public markets. I think that stays, and we see it where people are just waiting a lot longer to go public. But at some point, people want that liquidity and monetize it, and the private markets aren't yet that liquid. There's some amount. But I actually think what you're starting to see is public companies being taken private because we invested in a company, InvestNet, and they have $3 trillion in assets by financial advisor platform, right? They need to invest in it. It is hard as a public company to make those kind of investments and say to the street, hey, by the way, this is going to impact earnings for the next 18 months. So they become private, right? And so they were taken private by Bain Capital, and then they'll go public, I think, again. So I think there's going to be this new cycle of pulling people off, doing the investment that needs to happen, whether it's AI investments or whatever, and then going public again.
Another area of the finance industry facing disruption, hedge funds. Firms are under more pressure than ever to deliver alpha and justify their fees. So how do the top funds effectively compete for investor dollars? Man Group CEO Robin Grew shared her strategy with Bloomberg's Caroline Gage.
This is a time when I think the alternative investment management space has everything to play for. It's a time when clients need us more. It's a time when we're coming out of this rather benign environment where you had, as asset holders, everything just held onto it and you'd be fine. We're now in states of volatility and dispersion. And so how do you grow? How do you service your clients? One, you ensure you're relevant to them. You know that they need more from you. The more diversified the content you have, the better for them. The more you're able to find solutions for them and answers for them that actually address the questions and the challenges that they are living through. And you do that by looking at your ability to have that orthogonal or uncorrelated content and capability that delivers returns to them through these different economic cycles that we're now living through. So how do you grow your assets? You listen to your clients, you make sure you're relevant to them, you grow your capabilities to deliver that to them, and it's hard work, but that's what you have to do.
How important is scale, and what are you hearing from them on that front?
And there's definitely a consolidation. There's a consolidation both at allocators but also at investment managers. That thing where you say, I need to face fewer managers who can help me do more. So that consolidation is there. So scale matters in the sense of being able to deliver all of that capability to them. And it matters in the way that you build your organisation so you are able to deliver what you deliver without reducing the alpha that you've captured. So it's no good finding this very elusive thing called alpha and outperformance only to lose it through your own inefficiencies. So scale and capability, your operating platform, which might not sound the most exciting thing for us all to talk about, but happens to be incredibly important, is the thing that I think is important in that scale debate or that conversation too. So can you deliver what you have at scale efficiently and return as much alpha to clients as possible without losing it through your own inefficiencies?
How fierce is the competition right now for talent in your business?
Huge, massive. It's always going to be that way. The competition is in every part. If you want the very best people, you have to recognise that you have to provide them with an environment and a space and an offer that makes them feel great about coming into work every day. So the competition is fierce, but actually I feel quite good about man's positioning. So from a discretionary or fundamental investing perspective, do the platforms have an attention of war, of a tug of war of great capability? Absolutely. But are there things that make it different? Is this just about money at the end of the day? Listen, we work in financial services. There's a value proposition here that everybody lives with. But I would wager that most people in this audience, if not everybody, could go and get another job tomorrow. Maybe they could go and get a slight increase in their comp tomorrow. But most people in this audience will also think about the culture they want to live in, the value set they're alongside, whether they can grow their capability in their business. If you're an investor, whether you have sources of capital that come from more than one place. You'll think about the tech that you have, the operating platform you have, the access to clients you have. You'll think about whether you want a global stage or not. In other words, this talent piece is not a binary thing either. If you're a technologist, you like dealing. My experience, we have about 650 of them, self-identified technologists in some form or other, quants or data scientists or modelers or developers. They love being and having access to the very best technology. They want to be put in a box, and they love solving real-world problems and challenges. That's what we do every day when we come to work. So you're giving the brightest minds the best capability to solve real-world issues that are very, very hard. That's exciting.
Still ahead from the Bloomberg Women, Money and Power event in London.
My ambition is to be a high-returning, high-quality earnings, modern, simpler institution that continues to play a shaping role in the global financial system.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
As my birthday signals another milestone in my life, I'm hopeful that if I stay true to myself and follow my instincts, my legacy will be looked on kindly for generations to come.
For us, certainly AI is the way in which we are running our business.
The risks associated with that are a lot because all of a sudden we can lose control. All of a sudden, in the short term, even we can delegate too much and lose a sense of reality.
I really do believe we're in a new era of discovery with AI, but I think about risk a lot. Right, it keeps me up at night, both the opportunity and the risk.
I think that geopolitics is probably going to be the biggest ground shift that occurs in the world of finance. We've seen, and I mean world from the global perspective, we've seen so many shifts in the lanes. I see technology flows changing, where they're going and the nature of them, particularly with AI, data centers, energy flows to support them.
And by the way, the reason I'm much more optimistic about what happens, and hopefully we understand that we need to do something. I do think we're at a crossroads. I think we know what has to be done, and there are opportunities.
Welcome back. I'm Anna Edwards. Geopolitical volatility, regulatory shifts and AI advancements all pose risks and opportunities for the finance industry. Citi CEO Jane Fraser shared how she is looking to the future with our own Sonali Basak.
Given the world is changing so quickly, where is the most promise over the next 5 years? And what regions of the world do you see as lagging?
I always like to talk about bright spots first. So I think the bright spots is America. If you talk about a lot of roads leading here, fantastic entrepreneurship. I mean, this country is incredible. I love how Japan is turning up, focused on returns, moving from savings to investment. Entrepreneurs also on the front foot there. So that's exciting. Most of ASEAN as well, really adapting and adopting a lot of new technologies. The Middle East is a different Middle East. As a woman, I find it really exciting to go there and see how quickly it has changed, and the female population is being unleashed in many of these countries in a very positive way. And I wouldn't forget Brazil and Mexico as areas where we're also seeing tremendous innovation. So I think those are, that's a pretty broad group of winners there. Europe has a tougher time. They've got some more structural challenges. Labour market is not as flexible. They don't have the scale that the States has. And they've got some challenges in terms of competitiveness. So that would be a quick walk around the world of the highs.
While the world is changing, so too is the world of finance.
Yes.
In particular, you've seen for many years now the banks cede some share to the non-banks, and you made a lot of news this year when you struck a partnership with Apollo, a $25 billion partnership in order to provide more private credit to your clients. Where do you see the private markets going at the end of the day?
Look, when you look at a transaction and a partnership like the one we have with Apollo, you're looking at a win-win. And as we look at it, we're marrying our strength in origination and some of their power on their balance sheet in areas that we can't compete with them on, and put it together in 1 + 1 = 3 for our clients, because we're still giving our clients choice. And I think that's what we see the private market as. In non-investment grade clients in particular, and companies, it's giving them an additional market to tap into. Some points, the private and public market, there's no arbitration between the two. Last couple of years, you saw the private market advantaged. The goal here from our perspective, give the client as much choice as possible. Again, what does it mean? I come back to America as a proud immigrant. What you see here is the depth and breadth of capital market. We have 50% of the world's capital market. We keep innovating. The scale and specialization it affords is really tremendous. You just don't see that as much in the rest of the world. And that I think it means, why does the US keep being the winner in the global financial and capital markets? It is because it deserves to be.
At that end, too, what is the biggest risk to the industry over the next 5 years? Where do you have to look around the corner the most?
The piece that keeps me up at night is always cyber risk. And I think when we think about fraud, AI, and cyber, and the sort of convergence of those capabilities and the speed with which activity can be done now and that compute is going, that definitely continues to keep me awake at night the most. So I think that is the larger threat. At the end of the day, this industry is about trust. And so I think all of the larger institutions are putting a lot of resources to make sure that we can protect our institutions and our clients.
Jane, where do you see Citigroup in 5 years? You have embarked on this massive transformation. What is your greatest ambition?
Oh, well, my ambition is to be a high-returning, high-quality earnings, modern, simpler institution that continues to play a shaping role in the global financial system. We're truly privileged to be in as many locations as we are, with a talent base with such a global mindset and an ambition about it. So I think about, we've got the right strategy and vision, we're executing with the right organization, and that we're a simpler, well-controlled, modern organization. We'll have got the job done.
Well, yeah, we're looking to the American. But definitely, I'm sure.
Still ahead from the Bloomberg Women, Money and Power event in London.
We had nothing when I bought the team, and it was just a case where I had to be patient. And as I've watched the WNBA grow, and there were steps and missteps in hiring coaches, basketball operations people, this is a very, very hard business.
BGRIM entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
In this gig, you get comfortable being uncomfortable. The enemy is always adapting. Hey, handsome. Always iterating.
Women's sports has opened the door for the other half of the world, becoming not only a really good investment opportunity, but also representing a gender equality movement that is probably going to be the most powerful one that we experience in our lifetime.
Welcome back, I'm Anna Edwards. The rising popularity of women's sports has rippled across the globe. Projected to surpass the $1 billion mark in revenue for the first time ever in 2024. In the United States, the excitement around basketball star Caitlin Clark is setting new records for viewership of the women's game. Yet the global picture remains patchy, with teams and leagues only sporadically being backed by media rights and institutional investment. While investment in women's sports is still a fraction of the more than $11 billion of revenue generated by men's sport, more women are watching and more are investing.
This is a case where it was an opportunity that was brought to me, and people kept saying to me, do not do this, do not do it. And I said, look, the WNBA is now the longest running women's professional sports team. And I could see where there was passion, with so many people coming in to watch the Mystics and the WNBA as a whole. We had a really solid fan base from the very beginning. And I decided that I was going to take this leap of faith and decided to do it. And at the time, I was the only woman that had invested in a professional sports team. Now, when the opportunity was brought to me and I looked at the financials, and I'm like, you know, I'm going to be writing a lot of checks over the years. But I came up with another idea. Abe Pollin, who owned the Washington Capitals, had sold it to Ted Leonsis. Ted then had first right of refusal once Abe passed away to buy the Washington Wizards. So I called Ted at the time that Abe came to me and wanted to know if he wanted to buy the WNBA team. And I said, I'm going to give you an offer you can't refuse. And I said, you can get a woman and an African American. And I want to buy into all three teams. And the reason why I did it, because financially, that gave me the foundation to keep that women's team going. So any losses were going to be funneled through the Wizards and the Caps, who I knew were profitable. So by joining them and putting a lot more money into it, I again took a leap of faith. And what you have to understand, it was a passion project, still is. And from 2005 until this year, we've been losing money. And it was a case where, from the very beginning, I had to invest even more money to build locker rooms, to get office space. We had nothing when I bought the team. And it was just a case where I had to be patient. And as I've watched the WNBA grow, and there were steps and missteps in hiring coaches, basketball operations people, this is a very, very hard business. I want you all to know this. You can call it a vanity play, you can call it whatever you want, but it is a business. It was trying to make the numbers work. And back to your question, the reason why the WNBA is now working, we are now, and I'm going to list all the networks we're on, ABC, CBS, ESPN, ESPN2, ION, NBA TV. That media play has now catapulted us from 0 to over 200 million. So now, for the first time, the W is going to start getting a payback. We now have charter flights for the girls. I mean, we're really doing well. And that is important because we have been fighting for this for a long, long time. But look how old we are. We're 28 years old now. It takes that kind of time and patience and love and the passion to really invest in women, and especially in the sports industry.
That's a wrap from Bloomberg's Women, Money and Power event here in London. You can find more from top voices in finance at Bloomberg.com.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो अपने रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है एग्जैक्टली। एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे थोड़ी सेलिंग आए, वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा डाउन है इसलिए इतना मोमेंटम हो नहीं रहा है। वैसे एक्सपेक्ट किया जाना चाहिए वॉल्यूम आ जाना चाहिए, वैसे 130 ऑलरेडी हो चुका है। लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन है बट स्टिल वॉल्यूम देखोगे अपने मूविंग एवरेज से डाउन ही चल रहा है। लुक एट दिस मूविंग एवरेज अपने अभी जो वॉल्यूम है अपने मूविंग एवरेज से थोड़ा सा डाउन है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा उतना प्रॉपर मूव नहीं कर रहा है। कैंडल भी देखोगे गैप अप गैप डाउन जैसी लग रही है 15 मिनट में थोड़ी बहुत। कह सकते हो लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस है, होल्ड नहीं किया तो फिर ब्रेकआउट ही करेगा। ब्रेकआउट किया, ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट, तो फिर ये ऊपर एफईजी तक जा सकता है। गैस भी स्टक हो गया है। ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस देखो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट है, तो अगर ये भी ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो ये भी ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे जाना चाहिए, नहीं तो यहाँ से सेलिंग थोड़ी सी रिस्की रहेगी। ध्यान रखना कंसोलिडेशन कर तो रहा है लेवल से पहले ही, बट ये लेवल ऑलरेडी मंडे लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन पे ही ऑलमोस्ट ब्रेक करने वाला था। वीक रेजिस्टेंस कह सकते हो बट है थोड़ा बहुत। लेट्स होप ब्रेक करता है या नहीं करता है। कि अभी यूएस में देखोगे तो वहाँ भी क्रिसमस की नाइट होगा शायद, तो आई डोंट नो आज वॉल्यूम कितना रहेगा मार्केट में। डेटा एक ही है शाम को 7 बजे, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का। नेचुरल क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। देयर इज नो क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे इन क्रूड ऑयल। दोनों इन्वेंट्री कल आएंगी, क्रूड ऑयल की भी और नेचुरल गैस की भी। रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है, सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया है, फटाफट से लाइक सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हैं।
Passion and enthusiasm, and I hope with the same brilliant set of people around me.
Robin Grew, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
BGRIM entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these attack vectors. Oh, had a little upgrade, have we? Okay, so that's how you want to play.
I can tell you from that period that the artists that came through were of a very high quality because it was encouraged to be boutique. Now, ironically, this chapter has made us more money times 5 than the iTunes chapter and the post-Napster chapter. But an algorithm tells you what you want, not what you might like. And there's a difference between what you want, but with streaming, the downside is you have incredible penetration, and we have hundreds of millions of people around the world, and so that has been very lucrative as a business.
I think most investors are intoxicated by the opportunity in artificial intelligence. $160 billion being spent this year. That's just one data point. Another data point is a $3 trillion market cap for NVIDIA against $80 billion of sales on a trailing 12-month basis. Obviously, a lot of growth is expected for NVIDIA and for other businesses in the space, but that is yet to materialize, and it's impossible to know what the scale will be of an NVIDIA or other players in the artificial intelligence ecosystem. I think investors are just so focused on the opportunity set, on what it can be, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you bought NVIDIA a year ago or 2 years ago, you're pretty excited about where it is today, and you think that it could go to the moon. As a result, you don't really focus on the risks. You're sort of just too excited about the opportunity.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Open Interest.
We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear what you think about our shows here on Bloomberg Television. Do you think we're doing well? Do you think we need to change some things?
Do you like Matt Miller?
Should I wear a wig on a regular basis?
Please write that in. I'm scared.
The first monthly loss for the S&P in 7 months, 30 minutes until it started trading. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Sonali Basak.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
I don't want my daughters wasting time thinking about how much they weigh, what they look like, and I think that fashion has done a terrible job of reinforcing a really unrealistic beauty ideal.
The entrepreneur who's driving a multi-billion-dollar retail empire while trying to redefine the world of fashion. British businesswoman Emma Grede has partnered with one of the most famous families in Hollywood. She's chief executive and co-founder of the inclusive fashion brand Good American, which she launched in 2016 with Khloe Kardashian. She's also the founding partner of shapewear label Skims, alongside Khloe's sister, Kim.
As a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me.
In this episode of Leaders with Lacroix, I speak to Emma Grede about her rise to the top, how she measures success, and why diversity remains elusive in the world of fashion. Emma Grede, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg.
Thank you so much for having me.
This is so exciting. I mean, you represent so much for so many people. Everything you touch, all the businesses you touch, turn into gold. Did you ever think that you would be such a success?
No, and that's mostly because most of the businesses that I touched early in the days didn't turn to gold. I love this idea of like overnight success, and I feel like I'd love to continue to perpetuate that myth. But I've just done a lot, and there's been a lot of trial and error along the way, and I feel like I've probably done every job imaginable, from having like a paper route when I was 12, to working in a deli, to working in shops, to starting things that were less successful, to starting things that had medium success. I feel like there's been a long journey, and I'm really thankful that now I'm 41 years old, and I'm starting to see like this type of success, which is really great.
I know, but you were always starting the journey.
Always.
You always wanted to succeed. Is that what actually makes your success?
I think so. I also think, there's an element of luck in any of these things, right? But then when you kind of take apart what luck means, I really believe that when opportunity meets preparation, I was always prepared. And when my opportunity came along, I was ready to really work for it. And then there is just that old adage of a lot of hard work. And I've really, really put the time in, I think.
Did you always want to be an entrepreneur?
No, I never knew what an entrepreneur was. If you'd have asked me when I was a kid, I came from East London, and I didn't know anyone who had their own business. Everyone that I knew went to work to pay their bills with usually very little joy in it. So even the idea of doing something that felt purposeful or meaningful or something you enjoyed really wasn't part of my understanding. I tried really hard to get close to what it is that I love, which is the fashion business, but I didn't ever think about starting my own thing. I think it actually came out of a necessity. I was like, who's going to employ me and pay me what I think I deserve? And I left a company because I was like, they're just not paying me properly, so I'm going to have to just pay myself.
Wait, age?
24.
And
24.
And there was the determination of actually, making something.
Yeah, do you know what it was? I felt like I was adding a lot of value, and I think so many people through their careers have this feeling, right? I'm adding a lot of value, and I'm not being remunerated for what I bring to the table, and that feeling became so strong in me. But what do you do at 24? You don't really have that many options, and so I did what a lot of people do. I went to a company and tried to do my best at the position that I was given, and thankfully somebody saw that and decided, okay, maybe we'll set this girl up on her own. But I talked to so many, either young people that I employ or people that are trying to get noticed, and I honestly think that's such amazingly good advice, because no one's ever going to look at you to do the next thing unless you're excelling where you are today. And so sometimes just buckling down and doing the absolute best job at wherever you are is the best way to get ahead.
But then actually making the step of leaving and setting something on your own, you have to be brave, and it's not always easy.
No, it wasn't always easy. Especially, I remember the first time that I got a little bit of backing, and they said to me, Emma, you're going to be in charge of your own P&L. And I was like, fantastic. And I wrote it down. I went home and Googled it, like, what is a P&L? I mean, sometimes naivety is the best thing for any entrepreneur. I didn't know what I didn't know, and therefore I just kind of had to go for it and learn fast and fail fast. And I think I've done throughout my career, I haven't made like the best choices every time, but I think part of being a good entrepreneur is knowing when things are not going right and knowing what you don't know. And I've surrounded myself with the right people continuously.
So what's the biggest mistake that you've learned from?
I think the biggest mistake was probably when I had my first agency, ITB, and I was killing it in London. And so there is this idea that the company was completely exportable. And I went to the US, opened an office in New York. That office went really well. And then I opened in LA, and I failed miserably, underinvested, didn't bring the right people in, just thought that whatever I was doing would translate, and it didn't. And I learned that the hard way. I learned that by starting something, dragging people there, and then having to close it. And there's nothing like a bit of sort of embarrassment to humble the soul. I was like, I'll go back, packed everything up, and literally had to pack my own office back up. And so that was a fantastic learning. But again, I never let it break my spirit. I really truly took those learnings. And when I started my second company in LA, I was like, okay, this is where I need to do something different. And so I literally packed up my family and went and moved to LA, and knew that if I was going to do something that was going to be successful, I'd need to do it myself. I'd need to be in the country, and I need to give it my absolute all.
So is that also giving time to understand a market? So, I mean, was it that it was difficult to do it from not being in the city?
Being in country, being part of the fabric of that culture has been really important, especially for my business, Good American, that really is about what's happening at the moment. Like, where are we in society as women? Where is fashion? And I think that's been really, really important to be where it's all happening.
But that's a really bold move, actually, selling denim to Americans.
Yeah, it really was. Nobody needs more blue jeans. Let's be honest. I actually doubted myself when we started. But again, coming to a business with mission and purpose at the heart of what we do is what sets us apart. And so I think there are so many brands, but how do consumers make choices these days? And right now, we make our choices based on what we believe in, what we feel is important, what we want our children to see. And I'm a mother of 4, and so I know only too well that I don't want my daughters wasting time thinking about how much they weigh, what they look like. And I think that fashion has done a terrible job of reinforcing a really unrealistic beauty ideal. And so with Good American, the whole premise of the brand was to say, we're going to make clothes for all women, we're going to let women make their choices, and hopefully we're going to take some of that pain out of what it means to be left out of the conversation or not represented in fashion. And we've done that pretty well, I think.
So, Emma, you have this idea, right, of inclusivity, of making women feel good. Mm-hmm. Who do you talk about it with first?
Funnily enough, my husband. Because I think that we're both entrepreneurs, and so it's natural for me to bat any idea backwards and forwards with him. But, I've worked for years in the fashion business, and so I've been part of the problem, right? It's like I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite? And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends. And I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Is there a danger that some entrepreneurs look at numbers too much and look for a gap in the market where
It's very true. It's very true, and I think that's one way to approach things. And there's a certain sense, but for me, I go with my gut, and gut instinct tells me a lot, and I tend not to go against my gut. Now, I'd be lying if I said I didn't run some numbers and feel like there was commercial opportunity here, right? Nobody makes 19 sizes of anything without thinking, I reckon I can sell them somewhere along the line. But I definitely think so much more of what I've done throughout my career has been in response to a feeling that I've had and then acting on that feeling.
Were you surprised at how many other people felt like you?
Yeah.
Were you?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's one of those things that, like, on paper, Good American has been such a massive success. But if you wind back to day one, everyone's like, you sold $1 million in day one. The truth is, 9 o'clock I was the hero. By 11 o'clock I had no stock left, and everyone was like, you have no idea what you're doing, do you? And I was like, no, actually I don't. And in a way, that was my first lesson in what it means to be excellent from a customer experience point of view, because I just started emailing people, and I was like, how long do I think people will wait? Turns out not that long, certainly not as long as it was going to take me to make stock. I was emailing customers. Well, both, actually. I was like, can you help me get some more fabric? Will you wait 8 weeks for a pair of jeans? And somewhere in that, it all kind of worked out. But I think, again, what people respond to is brands that have authenticity, and there's a level of honesty that's needed. And I went and said, you know what? We had no idea how popular and how much this was going to chime with customers. And if you can just be patient, we're going to get you something. Hands up, we know we messed up, and we don't want to disappoint you. And there's a part of that honesty that actually really chimed with people. They knew that we weren't feeding them a line. It was clearly not written by a PR, because I couldn't afford PR at that point.
Were you signing Emma?
Oh yeah, like lots of love, Emma X. How I'd speak to my mom or something.
Coming up, Emma agreed on her attempts to break one of the last taboos in fashion, and how success is making her reassess what it means to be an entrepreneur.
Be Grim entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these attack vectors. Oh, had a little upgrade, have we? Okay, so that's how you want to play.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Emma Grede has made a personal fortune by founding inclusive and progressive clothing companies. Good American was the biggest denim launch in history when it made $1 million in sales on its first day. She tells me about her success and the challenges that remain across the industry.
Has fashion done, it hasn't done enough when it comes to inclusivity and diversity, but has it done something in the last 5 to 10 years?
Well, it's interesting because fashion, as quick as it is to change, like in the kind of aesthetic, it's very difficult to change a system, right? And I think that comes down to who makes decisions. And the people that make decisions in fashion don't typically look like me. They aren't typically women all the time. When we look at who's at the helm of the biggest high street players, others. It tends to be the same type of people. And so I honestly think there's a lot of work to be done. Progress has definitely happened, but you only have to look at the last New York Fashion Week, which is the biggest and the most commercial, to see that, there's so much tokenism around what inclusivity really means. And I think that, especially when it comes to size, we're back where we were 20 or 30 years ago when you'd have one single black model that would walk down the catwalk. Now we're in that same situation where, I can't remember the stat, but I think it's less than 3% of models that came down the catwalk were above a size 12. I mean, a size 12 is less than average. And so there's just so much work to be done there. And it almost, size is the last allowed taboo. We're allowed to disclude people because of their size, and it's really crazy.
I was reading something saying, people feel a bit rubbish when they look at all this stuff because they don't feel represented and they feel that there's something wrong with them.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason I started the brand, because, if you go back 7 years ago, I was pregnant with my second child, a girl, and I really felt that deeply, how much time and effort you can spend and waste time. And to me, it's if you take out some of that, worry and the strife around how much we think about our looks and instead put our energy into saying, I need a pay rise, I think I should be doing something else with my life. Part of it was really what happens if you shift and change the paradigm of how people see themselves? And it's a really trite sentence, but representation really matters. When you see a version of yourself in something, there's a level of acceptance, and that's what I wanted to do, just level the playing field and say, you know what, we all look different, we all are different, and that's okay. That is not what we should be thinking about. We should be thinking about equal pay. They're the things that we should use our time for as women. Let's just get an equality going with men. And that, I mean, throughout the workplace, throughout all of the industries. And honestly, I feel the media has such a huge impact on us. And I don't mean just fashion media, I mean the media at large. And so we need to see better representation everywhere in society.
Is that why you're doing Dragon's Den?
Well, you know what? It's so interesting. You asked me earlier, what did I think about being an entrepreneur? And I honestly just never thought about being an entrepreneur. But as I've got more successful, I thought a lot about what it means to be an entrepreneur, because they talk about it being really small at the top, but it's not small at the top. It's minuscule. It's the same people doing the same deals, giving each other money, who all typically went to one of 5 or 6 schools. And so for me, because I'm on Shark Tank in the US, and the idea of Dragon's Den, and that you could be an entrepreneur with seemingly very little background and absolutely no access to funding, and walk on and get a check to start to do something that means something to you and that can mean something for your family. I'm why wouldn't you? It wasn't so long ago that I was out fundraising. And so I'm just if I could be a small part of somebody's journey that wouldn't usually get the opportunity, to me it just makes so much sense. And it's not just about women, not just about women of colour. It's if you didn't have the means or the education to know anything differently than getting up and going to work every day, that doesn't mean to say you can't have a successful business. I am walking proof of that, right? It's I left school when I was 16 years old and I've done pretty well. So to me, it's about leveling the playing field. And I love the idea of that being seen on TV and people having that idea that they can be successful if they just get an opportunity.
Is entrepreneurship in the UK different to the US? In the US, there's almost a badge of honor of trying, of failing, of trying again, of starting again. I don't know if there's a stigma in the UK, but people are less bold. Is it?
I don't think they're less bold. I think that there is more, we're different here. We don't celebrate it in the same way. And I find that really difficult to say, because I feel I'm so celebrated, especially where I'm from. People in London are so nice to me. I turned up in this office and 2 girls come up to me and they're oh my God, we love you, high five. And so I think things are shifting. And what I am all about is celebrating people. And listen, it doesn't all work out, but that's also part of life. And I think that we just have to be a little bit more honest with ourselves about what it takes and how hard it is.
It's hard because you need to build a team around you. You need funding.
Oh yeah.
There is a little bit of luck. What have you found hardest?
If I'm really honest, probably the funding piece, because I think without the right background and circles around you, access is really difficult. For me, I raised my first check from my clients because I'd built a business in, fashion media. And so I had lots of clients. So the only quote unquote rich people I knew were clients of mine that had been paying me retainers. And so that was for me the easiest way. I was hi, hi, remember me? Would you like to give me $3 million? Most of them said no, but a couple said yes. You know, so I think just knowing where to go in the beginning, and they're the barriers that most people face. But once you're in it, you know, I think that it's all so much about the journey. Like, none of this stuff happens like it does on social media. And I think just knowing that, you know, you're on a journey. And actually, I honestly think the best way to start a business is with no money. You don't need to go out and raise tons of finances. You need to figure out, like, what am I creating? Where is my audience? And what am I uniquely good at? Because when you figure out what you're good at, you know who else you need around you to make something really work.
I mean, Kris Jenner was part of your journey.
Yes, very much so.
I mean, how did that kind of, you know, shape the entrepreneur you are?
Well, you know, I think that I've been really lucky to be surrounded by so many incredible entrepreneurs, starting with my clients, also my husband, being around people like Kris, and also just having access and listening and watching some brilliant people as I grew up, you know, just even on the TV, you know, really soaking that up. And I am one of those people that can learn from anything. You know, I've read books about being an entrepreneur before I even really knew what one was. And so I really am someone that, like, I'll take from any situation that you let me.
Coming up, Emma Greed tells me why diversity is a superpower and what she's doing to try and improve access and opportunity.
Grim entered the energy sector to support Thailand's growth. With clean energy, we empower communities and industries, aiming for net zero by 2050, creating a better future for all.
This is going to sound crazy, but I know these attack vectors. Oh, had a little upgrade, have we? Okay, so that's how you want to play.
Hong Kong being an international financial center will be extremely important in channeling global investors.
Don't miss the China Show live every weekday.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Right.
Emma Greed is perhaps best known as the founding partner of Skims, along with Kim Kardashian. Her brand was valued at $4 billion last year. I continue the conversation by asking Emma about the business and her commitment to supporting diversity and Black-owned companies.
Skims is also huge. Did you ever think that actually an underwear, I mean, what do you call it, an underwear shaping company?
Yes, I mean, we make underwear, solution wear. You know, Skims has grown so unbelievably. And, you know, that is Kim Kardashian's company. It was her idea from the outset. And I honestly believe that we never thought that it would just be one thing. You know, we always thought about it as being this huge company that would do lots of things well. But again, that company was based on just doing one product really, really well. And I think that's testament to any great company. We had so much focus in the beginning. We were like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make superior shapewear in every single size, in every single color. And it worked out incredibly well.
And now also selling to men. When's the right time to, I guess, either grow or go into a slightly different branch?
Well, you know, it's so interesting because in Good American, the first time we ever thought of going into another category was because customers asked us to. And I think it's a really smart way to think about your growth and your development in a business. Like, you really have to listen. And it's you can't take that commentary, like just the good things, because your customers will tell you what you need to hear. They will also tell you what you don't want to hear. And it's like a big fat mirror, right? And I feel like that's one of the things where social media is so exceptionally important in business right now, because it is just a reflection of everything you're doing, a reflection of your consumer base. And if you're listening carefully enough, the data will tell you things. And all you need to do is tune into that. And so when I think about category expansion, it really is in regards to or in relation to really what customers are asking me for, and we make those decisions based on that.
But how do
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Chris Pitt. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has condemned strikes against Ukraine's energy grid, describing the Christmas Day bombardments as bloody and brutal. More than 70 missiles and over 100 drones were used in the attack. Here's Ukrainian MP Maria Metsin-Serva.
I woke up slightly after 6 a.m. hearing at least 10 explosions. We have witnessed a missile ballistic attack targeting energy grids, water supply, and heating grids.
Maria Metsin-Serva speaking there after the attack forced Ukraine to limit power supplies, leaving 500,000 people in the Kharkiv region without heat at Christmas. US President Joe Biden has condemned the attacks and reaffirmed the US commitment to continue delivering weapons to Ukraine. To other news now, officials in Kazakhstan say at least 38 people have been killed in a plane crash near the city of Alktau. An Azerbaijani plane with 67 people on board was flying from Baku to Russia but was rerouted due to fog. 29 people, including children, are reported to have survived. Azerbaijan's president says it's too early to identify the cause.
The reasons for the crash are not yet known to us. There are various theories, but I believe it is premature to discuss them. The matter must be thoroughly investigated.
The words of Azerbaijan's president Ilham Aliyev, spoken there by a translator. Elsewhere, Syria's new interior ministry says 14 fighters have been killed in clashes with those loyal to former President Bashar al-Assad. A further 10 members of the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham were injured after being ambushed in the northwest of the country. Syria's de facto leader, Ahmed al-Sharaa, has promised to unite the country's warring factions after he led HTS rebels to oust Assad's government earlier this month. Japan Airlines says it has resumed ticket sales for international and domestic flights after resolving a system malfunction caused by a cyber attack. 24 domestic flights experienced delays of at least 30 minutes due to the issue, but the airline says the problem didn't impact flight safety or delay overseas services. Shares in Japan Airlines rose by as much as 0.4% after the company reported the resolution, staging a recovery from a 2.5% fall in morning trading in Tokyo. Moving to the UK now, which is predicted to outperform its European peers and maintain its position among the world's biggest economies over the next 15 years. That's according to the Centre for Economics and Business Research. They're predicting that Britain and France will remain in 6th and 7th positions by 2039 respectively, as Germany, Italy and Spain slip down the leaderboard. The upbeat assessment will be welcomed by Prime Minister Keir Starmer after official figures this week showed the economy had failed to grow since his Labour government took power in July. According to the forecast from the CEBR, the US will retain its crown as the world's largest economy, holding off competition from China. The economics consultancy says it does believe that China will eventually take the top spot, but only briefly due to structural and demographic constraints. The price of Bitcoin has dropped by more than 2% after initially gaining on news that MicroStrategy plans to issue more shares to buy additional tokens. MicroStrategy has transformed itself from a software maker into a Bitcoin accumulator and officially joined the Nasdaq 100 on Monday. Speaking to Bloomberg earlier in December, co-founder and chairman Michael Saylor said he's now targeting an even more prestigious index, the S&P 500.
When we end up with $50 billion of assets on our balance sheet under fair value, if Bitcoin goes up 20% a year, you're looking at $10 billion a year of investment income. So I expect we'll be generating billions of dollars a year or tens of billions of dollars a year of investment income, which becomes GAAP profitability. And I think that is the final thing people are looking for inclusion in the S&P.
MicroStrategy co-founder and chairman Michael Saylor speaking there. Bitcoin blew past the $100,000 mark earlier in December, shattering previous records on hopes for a light-touch regulatory approach from the incoming Trump administration, as well as a broader risk-on appetite. However, the price has slumped since then and currently trades at just below $96,000 per token. To sport now, with 16 of the Premier League's 20 clubs set to play today. Out of form, Manchester City host Everton in Boxing Day's lunchtime kickoff, with the champions having won just one of their last 12 matches. League leaders Liverpool look for a win that would at least maintain their 4-point advantage at the top of the table when they travel to Leicester in the late game. And second in the table, Chelsea host Fulham in a West London derby at Stamford Bridge. And in the US, Patrick Mahomes led reigning Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs to a 29-10 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers in Netflix's NFL debut on Christmas Day. In the streaming giant's other holiday game, the Baltimore Ravens routed the Houston Texans 31-2. But the late Netflix game will be remembered by many for its halftime show, with the Grammy-winning superstar Beyoncé riding in on a white horse before delivering a 13-minute medley for her hometown Houston crowd. That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Chris Pitt, and this is Bloomberg.
Want to know where stress is showing up in the $20 trillion commercial real estate market?
Or how the clean energy transition is actually being financed?
Or why childcare is so expensive and why so much of the global economy is going into reverse? Then you're in the right place.
I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal.
Together we host the All Thoughts podcast.
Twice a week, we bring on the perfect guest to break down all these odd, interesting, complicated finance topics and more.
You can look us up wherever you get your podcasts.
The Odd Lots podcast from Bloomberg.
Drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy have skyrocketed in popularity over the past few years. Telehealth companies have capitalized on that demand. They offer copycat versions of the medications that are often cheaper and easier to get. But the full picture of a largely unregulated industry and its impact on the people who turn to it for treatment is still coming into focus.
An important fact to consider as the use of these drugs becomes more widespread is that they're not meant for everyone.
Madison Muller covers pharmaceuticals for Bloomberg. Over the past few months, she's been reporting on the ways these drugs have impacted one group in particular, and how that impact has some experts and doctors worried.
More and more eating disorder specialists are saying that they're seeing a lot of patients come in the last few months, the last year, who have relapsed in their eating disorders after getting access to one of these drugs.
For people who need these drugs the most, like diabetes patients, the shots can be life-changing. But Bloomberg's findings highlight the ways more widespread access to the drugs can also have downsides. And Madison's reporting raises questions about regulation, overuse, and who bears the responsibility to prevent these drugs from going to people they could harm. Today on the show, a growing market is making weight loss shots easier to access, but that's also introducing new risks for people with eating disorders. This is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm Sarah Holder. In the few years since doctors started to widely prescribe drugs like Ozempic for weight loss, Bloomberg's Madison Muller has been fascinated by how the market has developed. First, surging demand made the drugs hard to come by. There were shortages, and for many patients, prices were prohibitive. Then, telehealth companies like Hims and Hers entered the fray. They offered cheaper copycats of the drugs, compounded versions, which aren't as widely regulated. Ads from these companies are all over social media, streaming services, you name it. And part of their sell is how easy it can be to get a prescription.
With some of these telehealth companies, what we've seen is it only requires you to fill out a few questions on like an online questionnaire, and someone will write you a prescription for a drug and it's sent to your doorstep. And obviously there are companies that have more checks in place. You have to meet over video, live with a doctor. But for a lot of these, it's just as simple as filling out a few questions and then you get a prescription written.
Talk a little bit about what these telehealth providers typically ask about when they are prescribing a weight loss drug and what they don't ask about.
So some of these telehealth companies, not all of them, you just simply put in your weight and your BMI and that's the thing that qualifies you for one of these drugs. And they ask a few more questions about diet and lifestyle and how much you're sleeping, etc. But you can just lie about your weight. Some companies that do have more safeguards in place will actually send patients a scale that hooks up to their app or to their platform. Other companies do a video chat to make sure that they're actually talking to the patients and that they can see them. But for a lot of these companies, especially the ones that have cropped up in the last year, it's just a few questions about how much do you weigh? Do you feel like you need to lose weight? What's your diet like? And that's kind of it.
But Madison says she's spoken to experts who say streamlining the prescription process can put certain vulnerable populations at risk.
People who are in recovery from an eating disorder for a certain amount of time are getting bombarded by advertisements for these telehealth companies. And that can for someone who's in recovery from anorexia and who is used to using food and weight as sort of a coping mechanism, that can be a really compelling thing for them.
Madison started looking into the experiences of people whose eating disorders had been exacerbated or triggered by these weight loss drugs. She met AJ Jasper, a 38-year-old from Chicago, who struggled with anorexia throughout his life.
And had been in recovery from his eating disorder for 2 years, which is the longest period of recovery that he's ever been in. He was doing really well, works as a social worker. And then he started seeing a lot of advertisements for GLP-1 drugs on social media and on Hulu. And he said that just at that time in his life, he was facing a lot of stress at work and in his personal life. And in the past, he knew that not eating and losing weight had helped him feel like he was in more control of his emotions. And so for him, just continuing to see those ads, he was like, okay, I'm going to try to get access to one of these drugs.
AJ ended up ordering a prescription from Hims.
On that particular day, when he decided to do this, he was seeing Hulu ads for Hims and Hers, and that's why he ended up going to that company. And so he went through, filled out the questionnaire. He told me it only took a few minutes. There were questions on Hims and Hers questionnaire about, have you struggled with an eating disorder? Have you struggled with behaviors like restricting your food intake or binging?
A month out from taking office, but already sending shockwaves around the world. His latest target is Panama. He's threatening to reimpose U.S. control over the Panama Canal, claiming American vessels are being charged exorbitant fees.
The fees being charged by Panama are ridiculous, highly unfair, especially knowing the extraordinary generosity that has been bestowed to Panama, I say very foolishly, by the United States. This complete ripoff of our country will immediately stop. It's going to stop.
Meanwhile, Panamanian President Jose Raul Mulino fired back at Trump's attack, asserting that rules regarding the canal are non-negotiable.
Every square meter of the Panama Canal and its surroundings belongs to Panama and will continue to be. The sovereignty and the independence of our country are non-negotiable.
For more on this story, our news desk editor Jill Deesis joined us. And Jill, suffice to say this perhaps wasn't a country or a place that we're expecting to see these tensions flaring between the US and China. But just talk to us about the nuances in this story, because there are a lot of them.
Yes, Belle. So what it seems like Trump is really getting at here, it's not just about what he calls these exorbitant fees that are charged by vessels, but he's also taking issue with what he's saying is this sort of encroachment of control by China and other places. This kind of seems to boil down to the fact that while the canal itself falls under the control of the Panamanian government, there's several ports on both sides of the canal, two of which are controlled by a Hong Kong-based company. So it does seem like what Trump is ultimately implying here is that, there are nations like China that, he says have, sort of outsized control or influence over Panama. I would actually also point out that certainly you've seen China's influence in South and Central America grow pretty substantially over the past several years. I believe it was in 2017 or so when Panama sort of severed diplomatic relationships with Taiwan, obviously in part because of China's contentions over that situation. So you do have some of those concerns about influence that kind of enter the picture here. All that being said, what Trump is saying that he'd want to do here, take control of the Panama Canal again, there's not really a mechanism for doing that. So it really kind of remains to be seen, how serious, an allegation this is, what actual, kinds of things that Trump is implying would happen here. But I mean, as we've seen, seen elsewhere in the world, you have a lot of political leaders who have kind of run up against Trump over the last several weeks in particular, and that's kind of had some reverberations around the world here. So kind of remains to be seen what Trump could do once he does actually take power in January.
Yeah, and he's really wasting no time, Jill, in kind of upending the global world order. We've also seen how many politicians have been keen to whisper into Trump's ear. What is the sense of China's strategy in all this?
Well, I think when it comes to China, I mean, Xi Jinping certainly has experience dealing with Trump before. These are two leaders that have had meetings in the past. So China isn't, and the rest of the world aren't really entering another Trump administration being completely on the back foot or being completely caught off, guard here. So when it comes to China, I mean, certainly there's this expectation of, we saw obviously the U.S.-China trade war launched during, Trump's first term in office. These anti-China sentiments within Washington, D.C. in particular have really become kind of a bipartisan issue here. I mean, you did see the continuation of Trump-era tariffs during the Biden administration. You actually saw sort of a tightening of the screws in several, aspects, including over semiconductors and other advanced technologies. And so, you have to imagine that Beijing is very aware of the possibility that that could continue under another Trump administration. There's some efforts there to kind of, safeguard its own industries and build up its own industries, but then also, potentially to actually reach out to Trump and the United States going forward. At this point, you've got a lot of leaders, China or wherever have you, that understand that that they still want to play ball with the United States, and that does mean kind of figuring out a way to manage Trump going forward. Whether that means additional meetings or other kind of sweeteners and everything like that. We'll have to see, especially once Trump actually enters the White House. But yeah, I mean, these leaders all recognize that they have to work with Trump here.
Dana, the emotion of a family running retail and then it's over. Describe your thoughts as you hear of the privatization of Nordstrom.
A couple things. So first of all, Tom, thank you very much for having me, and it's an honor to be here with you, and happy holidays to you and your family. And you're right, exactly. The privatization of a family-run business that's been around for over 100 years is definitely a spark of change. I think the new environment today is different than it was in the past, and you have to give Nordstrom credit for all that it's accomplished. But the go-forward environment requires big changes, and whether it is a reduction in the number of full-line stores they have, the acceleration of what may be for the rack, the continuous pursuit of new and curated brands in their assortment, and
Right.
for all what we know about Nordstrom, the service element and the loyal customers they have is something that needs to be expanded and accelerated go forward after all that they've accomplished.
Maybe let's just start with some of the challenges ahead for Modi as we get into 2025, because the first 6 months of 2024 was perhaps more smooth sailing. Then the elections happened. He was forced into a coalition that perhaps he wasn't expected to be in. Later on in the year, we also saw the re-election of Donald Trump, which raises all questions about tariffs, protectionism. It looks as though 2025 could be a challenging year for Mr. Modi.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me on the show. Yes, it is going to be a challenging year. 2024 was a year when countries braced for election. The year 2025 will bring a lot of uncertainties. Back home, as you mentioned, yes, now we are in a coalition government, but when it comes to policy making, I think the choices are pretty clear as to what the government would have to focus on. Of late, we've seen that there is a lot of concern around job-led growth. So the first importance would be given to the aspects of employment creation. The question is, how would the government would want to go about it? The two factors that we are focusing on is scaling and skilling. Whether we talk about investments or FDI inflows in manufacturing and services segment, so as to ensure that there is more employment and job creation. And second is, of course, how do we attract and invite foreign companies to establish their base out of India at a time when the world is looking at China +1. This would be the right time to capitalize on this opportunity of diversification away from China.
Yeah, so with the rest of the world paying increasing amount of attention on public finances and the state of countries' public finances, it's interesting that the Indian deficit is also close to 5% as well. Is that going to pose, do you think, somewhat of an issue as you think about the coming years and the medium-term fiscal outlook for India?
So there are a tale of two stories when we talk about India's fiscal scenario. One is at the central level and the other is at the state level. So when we talk about center's fiscal deficit, as you said, we are at 4.9% of budget estimate for FY25. FY26, we are expecting it to be at 4.5% and gradually move closer to the 4% target by FY27. And the fiscal consolidation roadmap is something that we are expecting to continue by the current government with the right amount of revenue and capital expenditure mix. What we will be watching out for in the next couple of years is how do the state finances look? At this point in time, there are certain states that are running a deficit of slightly above 3% or closer to 3% on a year as a percent of their GDP. So that's why I think center plus state fiscal finances is something that will have to be focused on. But overall, when we talk about the central fiscal scenario, the situation is more or less sanguine.
Let's talk about the outlook for the RBI. Some people thought that they would actually begin the rate cutting cycle, but they haven't. There's a new governor at the helm. Malhotra took over last week. What is in store, do you think, from the central bank as we head into 2025, and how will that change under a new governor?
There is a lot of speculation around his thought process, because when it comes to monetary policy, there's not much out there in terms of his views and thoughts. So as we enter 2025, there will be a lot of uncertainties that the new governor would have to navigate. And as of now, it is not just the new governor. There will be a new deputy governor with a fairly new 6-member monetary policy committee, which will decide on policy rates, so to speak. So in terms of what the new governor would really do will be known only in February 2025. And outside of policy rates and monetary policy making, market participants are also anticipating how would he review and look at the regulatory aspects as well. But as of now, it is clear that the RBI MPC will be more data-driven. There is a lot of uncertainty around us. Earlier, it was just about inflation, which has largely been food-led. But now that the challenge is a little more steep because of a slower growth, a weaker growth, so to speak, and also the new headwinds that we are seeing in the currency market play out because of a relatively, because of a firmer dollar.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what I was going to ask you about, because we have seen some weakness in the rupee. And I wonder to what extent the RBI are going to be keeping a close eye on what the Fed decide to do next year, especially with the Fed sort of dialing back some of their dovishness at the meeting last week. Is that going to have a knock-on effect?
I think it will be more domestic data driven, but of course we cannot be entirely decoupled with what the US Fed does. You're right. And as I mentioned, the challenge has only steepened a bit more. In economics, we talk about the impossible trinity, and I think that is what India would face when we are talking about inflation growth dynamics and currency outlook suddenly changing to not its benefit. So, of course, it is going to be a challenging policy mix that the RBI and the MPC would have to go in with. But having said that, at the December monetary policy meet, the RBI did reduce the cash reserve requirement ratio about 50 basis points. That infuses liquidity into the system. So for 2025, as we head into it, there will still be a lot of comfort going forward. The policy is not as restrictive as it was. With regards to the first policy rate cut, of course, the timing has only gotten a bit more challenging. The expectation was that we could possibly see the first cut happen as early as February 2025, but the chances are slightly split now in order to go for a rate cut, say, right away as we make.
In the U.S. I mean, the House failed to pass that bill, and we know the funding is running out on Friday night. There's always this political noise every time around government funding in Washington, right? So does this make any difference when it comes to assessing that market?
Well, we think this will inevitably increase the market volatility in the short term, especially after a Fed hawkish pivot 2 days ago. And we think after the U.S. election, investors have been focusing a lot on the positive side of the story, lower tax rate and loosened regulation. However, this time around, investors may need to focus more on the other side of the story, potentially more sticky inflation and also the debt issue in the U.S. And therefore, we think it's not surprising to see a 5 to 10% correction in the U.S. market in the near term. And investors have to be aware of the volatilities.
And yet, Jasmine, when I see your notes, you're still overweight U.S. equities. How is the U.S. relatively better than other markets when it comes to opportunities? And as you said, despite the fact that we may get more data showing sticky inflation, we have core PCE coming out.
Right. At RBC Wealth Management, we are still have an overweight position in the U.S. equity. We think the U.S. is going to deliver decent GDP growth at around 2.3% next year. And also, if we look at corporate earnings, it is still growing at a very decent pace. And we expect S&P 500 EPS next year to be around $275, and based on our estimation, that will lead to an end of the year S&P 500 target at around 6,600. So at the moment, we think all the economic data are still holding up, and therefore we think any of the
सिल्वर के लेवल दिखा देते हैं एक सेकेंड.
The correction in the near term will be buying opportunities, and we will be looking for opportunities to add our positioning in financial, tech-oriented, and also utility sectors.
Jasmine, I know you also think the Fed is going to cut again in January. I'm just wondering if you could explain that a little more to us, because we had very strong third quarter GDP numbers today. Jobs are strong. Inflation certainly not tamed yet. You could probably make an argument that yesterday's cut wasn't necessary. At least one Fed member seemed to think so. So what's your thinking here?
Right now, we think investors should really be focusing more on why there is a Fed pivot instead of what it is doing. So the Fed has been long saying they are data dependent, but since January, we think most of the Fed rate cuts are predetermined, and now they are really turning data dependent. So if we look at the data, inflation is looking more sticky, and also the GDP growth is relatively strong. Therefore, we think a Fed rate cut pause is actually warranted. And now we are seeing the yield curve steepening again, but this is because investors, the long-term yield is picking up again, and investors are pricing in a more solid economic fundamental instead of economic recession risk. Therefore, we think the fundamental of the U.S. economy and the U.S. equity is still quite solid, and therefore it supports our view of maintaining an overweight in the U.S. equity market next year.
You also like gold in this environment. Do you have a price target for 2025, and what are the risks to this outlook?
For gold, right now, our base case scenario is for year-end next year is going to reach 28,000, and for our bull case scenario is going to reach 29,000. And we think the major central banks, especially the emerging market central banks buying, for example, China and India, are very important driving factor for this continuous rally. And ever since the Russian-Ukraine conflict, the central banks have been diversifying their currency reserve, and we don't see this trend stopping, and therefore we see continuous supporting factor for gold prices going into next year.
यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी बना दिया इसने, नेचुरल गैस ने। क्रूड ऑयल देखो काफी देर से रुका हुआ है रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे, अभी तक तो आ जानी थी चाहिए थी सेलिंग, मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा है। वन ऑफ द रीजन इज वॉल्यूम अपने मूविंग एवरेज से भी कम है। 430 हो चुका है, आई होप अब कुछ या तो नीचे आए या फिर ब्रेकआउट करके निकले ये। नॉर्मली मेजर रेजिस्टेंस पे इतना देर लगाना नहीं चाहिए प्राइस को। अभी भी वॉल्यूम देखोगे मूविंग एवरेज के नीचे ही पड़ा हुआ है, कंटिन्यूअसली ऊपर आ नहीं रहा है। थोड़ा बहुत आया तो है, लेट्स सी कंटिन्यू करे अगर। पिछले 2-3 कैंडलों से वॉल्यूम मूविंग एवरेज के ऊपर है। सिल्वर भी देखो रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, 2-3 दिनों से उसी रेजिस्टेंस पे रुका हुआ है। ब्रेकआउट करेगा 29.88 के ऊपर तो और ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं तो फिर से रेजिस्टेंस लेने के चांसेस हैं। वैसे देखा जाए तो ये काफ़ी बड़ी रेंज बनी है, कोई ट्रिगर पॉइंट है नहीं, तो मार्केट रेंज ब्रेक कर नहीं रहा है ना एमसीएक्स में ना फॉरेक्स में। सो दैट इज़ द लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया। नीचे सपोर्ट अगर देखें 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, इफ यू लुक एट द सपोर्ट, एक रीटेस्ट था 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे सिल्वर में आई थिंक। एक सेकेंड, गाइस लाइक भी करते रहो, 5 पीएम होने वाला है। यूएस मार्केट इज गोइंग टू ओपन एट 8 पीएम। लंदन सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन एट 1:30 व्हिच इज ऑलरेडी ओपन। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन एट 6:30। तो अभी टाइम है, बट लाइक कर दो सभी लोग जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है अभी तक स्ट्रीम को। ठीक है, गोल्ड अभी भी एफईजी पर ही फंसा हुआ है। सिल्वर, वेयर इज द सिल्वर? सिल्वर को देखोगे, सिल्वर भी रेंज बाउंड ही है काफी देर से। नीचे आता है तो एक एफईजी है यहाँ पर। फिफ्टीन मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग, और नीचे सपोर्ट। ऐसे नीचे बहुत सारे सपोर्ट बना दिए इसने। ठीक है, तो ये कुछ लेवल रहेंगे। लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस कह सकते हो ऊपर का मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट है। अगर अब नहीं ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर मोमेंटम भी अच्छा आना चाहिए ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट पे। नीचे 29.30 के अराउंड सपोर्ट, ऊपर 29.83 लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस। और ये बीच में एक एफईजी है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। क्रूड को देखोगे तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही रुका हुआ है। 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9। दिस इज अ 10th कैंडल इन द सेंस ऑफ 15 मिनट की 10वीं कैंडल है ये। 2 ढाई घंटा होने वाला है मार्केट को। क्रूड ऑयल पे उसी लेवल पे रुका हुआ है। जल्दी नीचे नहीं आया तो फिर ब्रेकआउट करने ही चला जाएगा सीधा। इस क्रूड ऑयल काफी देर से रुका हुआ है रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे, नीचे नहीं आ रहा है, थोड़ा संभल जाना जिन लोगों ने सेल किया यहाँ पर है रेजिस्टेंस पर ही। 2-2.5 घंटे हो चुके हैं, अभी तक नीचे नहीं आ रहा है बिल्कुल भी। दैट इज द लास्ट रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, इसके ऊपर फिर ब्रेकआउट ही है मार्केट का। क्वांटिटी साइज अभी कॉस्ट के आसपास ही है, कम कर दो। लगता है 6:30 के बाद ही मूव करेगा, जहां भी मूव करेगा।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with markets. Most major markets in Europe are going to stay closed today for the Christmas break, but trading does resume this morning on Wall Street. And the S&P 500 is coming off a gain of more than 1%. It is now up 26.6% on the year. Lori Calvasina is head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets. She says stocks are headed even higher in 2025.
We think that's going to be another solid year of gains in the U.S. equity market, probably a little bit slower than what we saw this year. And we do think that we are going to have, what some of my colleagues term as potholes, right? Some bouts of 5 to 10% type drawdown. So we don't necessarily think it's going to be a completely smooth ride, but at the end of the day, we think a continued moderation in inflation is going to help keep PE multiples elevated. And we think a solid earnings growth backdrop and a solid economy are also going to help propel this market higher. But there may be some volatility here and there that we have to deal with.
RBC's Lori Calvasina has a 6,600 price target for the S&P 500 next year. That is about a 10% increase from current levels.
Well, Nathan, the big winner this year has been the NASDAQ, the index, up more than 33%. Dan Ives, global head of tech research at Wedbush Securities, remains bullish under the Trump administration.
And I think with Trump coming in, there would definitely be some white-knuckle moments with China tariff discussions, a game of high-stakes poker going on, right? So there's going to be a lot of headline risk. But you tune the noise out. You focus on the winners. And again, the bears that talk about valuation, that's how they missed every transformational tech name in the last 20 years. Because you're not focused on paying up for the Ferrari going 90 miles an hour in the left lane. But that is AI revolution. You will have those moments, and you just have your pencils ready.
Dan Ives at Wedbush Securities also sees another bullish sign for tech, the departure of Lina Khan from the FTC. He believes that will lead to more acquisitions in the tech industry.
Well, Karen, Bitcoin has certainly been on a bullish run since Donald Trump's election victory in November. It's up about 45% since that time, more than 130% on the year. Checking Bitcoin this morning, it's down about 3%, trading at $95,400.
Nathan, we have some companies making news this morning. Alibaba Group has agreed to merge its South Korean operations with eMart's e-commerce platform. The move is designed to better compete in South Korea's fast-paced online retail sector. Sources say the new entity could be valued at about $4 billion. Alibaba has been seeking to expand its international footprint to make up for slower growth in its core Chinese e-commerce business.
Well, Karen, Uber says it remains committed to Taiwan. That's after the island's antitrust regulator rejected Uber's plan to buy Delivery Hero's Food Panda business on the island for $950 million. The acquisition was rejected by Taiwan's antitrust regulator due to concerns about reduced competition and potential price increases.
Nathan, shares of Netflix, they're up 0.3% this morning. The company coming off a big night. The streaming service made its NFL debut, broadcasting 2 games on Christmas. While both games were not competitive and there were no technical issues of note, the highlight may have been Beyoncé's performance during the halftime show in Houston.
Jolie, 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 I'm warning you, don't come from my man.
And the 32-time Grammy-winning rocker, she rocked her hometown Houston crowd with a nearly 13-minute halftime performance.
She is a rocker. I appreciate that, Karen. Let's turn to the latest on politics now. President-elect Donald Trump made a major diplomatic announcement on Christmas Day, naming Kevin Moreno Cabrera his U.S. ambassador to Panama. This comes as Trump's been calling for lower fees for U.S. shipping through the Panama Canal and warning that the waterway could fall into the wrong hands. That's an apparent reference to China. Cabrera is a county commissioner in Miami-Dade, Florida, and worked on Trump's 2020 campaign. In his announcement, Trump said few understand Latin American politics as well as Kevin, and he accused Panama of ripping the U.S. off, quote, far beyond their wildest dreams.
Meantime, Nathan, the current president is headed to St. Croix later today to spend the rest of the holiday season on the Virgin Islands. But before President Biden left, he delivered his annual holiday message from the White House on Christmas Eve.
Too often we see each other as enemies, not as neighbors, not as fellow Americans. So my hope this Christmas season is that we take a few moments of quiet reflection, find that stillness in the heart of Christmas, and look at each other as who we really are, fellow Americans.
And the president is also focused on geopolitics after Russia launched a large-scale attack on Ukraine's power infrastructure on Christmas Day. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says it included more than 100 attack drones and 70 missiles, some of them ballistic. President Biden called the attack outrageous and said it was designed to cut off the Ukrainian people's access to heat and electricity during winter. Meantime, Russia is rejecting President-elect Trump's call for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine. At the same time, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Russia is ready to open negotiations.
And Karen, the turmoil in the Middle East continues this morning. Israel and Hamas have been blaming each other for complicating ceasefire efforts in Gaza. Doctors in the enclave say 3 babies have died in the cold in recent days, including a 3-week-old girl overnight. It all made for a solemn Christmas observance in the traditional birthplace of Jesus in Bethlehem. Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzapalla led midnight mass at the Church of the Nativity on Christmas Eve.
All these songs seems a little bit out of tune after a tiring year full of tears, bloodshed, suffering.
As for ceasefire talks, Hamas accuses Israel of introducing new conditions related to the withdrawal from Gaza, release of prisoners, and return of displaced people. Israel says Hamas is reneging on understandings that have already been reached. And in Syria, forces loyal to ex-President Bashar al-Assad killed 14 police members today and wounded 10 others. That's according to Syria's caretaker government. It's the worst surge of violence in Syria since Assad was toppled earlier this month.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
There are 2 kinds of people in the world. People who think about climate change and people who are doing something about it. On the Zero podcast, we talk to both kinds of people. People you've heard of, like Bill Gates.
I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade.
And Justin Trudeau.
There are still people who are hell-bent on reversing our approach on fighting climate change.
And the creative minds you haven't heard of yet.
Really don't need to have a tomato in December. It's going to taste like nothing anyway. Just don't do it.
What we've made here is inspired by shark skin. Yeah. It is much more simplified than actual shark skin.
Drilling industry has come up with some of the most creative job titles.
Yeah. Tell me more.
You could imagine tool pusher,
no,
driller, motorman, mudlogger.
It is serious stuff, but never doom and gloom. I am Akshat Rati. Listen to Zero every Thursday from Bloomberg Podcasts on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you get your podcasts.
5 PM हो चुका है गाइस। आई होप थोड़ा वॉल्यूम अप आ जाए मार्केट में। क्रूड ऑयल स्टिल ऑन रेजिस्टेंस फ्रॉम लास्ट ऑलमोस्ट 3 आवर्स, 3 घंटे से उसी रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे रुका हुआ है, ना ऊपर जा रहा है ना नीचे। नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम किया, मॉर्निंग पे नीचे एफईजी था वहां से मूव किया, ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस था वहां से थोड़ा सा नीचे से ही निकल गया। फिलहाल राइट नाउ इट इज बिटवीन द एफईजीज एरिया। नीचे भी एक एफईजी, ऊपर भी एफईजी है। ऊपर का रेजिस्टेंस तो वीक है थोड़ा सा, यहाँ ब्रेकआउट होता है तो ऊपर ही जाना चाहिए इसको। बाकी देखते हैं ये एफईजी किस तरह से वर्क करता है। अगर ये एफईजी ब्रेक हो गया तो फिर ये इस तरह से मूव करना जरूर चाहिए, नहीं तो यहाँ से अगर रिजेक्शन मिलता है तो फिर ये रेंज है। नीचे फिर एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा 287 86। टेक द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रॉम द एफईजी। जो लोग एफईजी से बाय सेल करते हैं थोड़ा संभल के करना। फिलहाल इसमें इतना ही टारगेट है नीचे वाले एफईजी तक। अगर ये नीचे वाला एफईजी ब्रेक होता है तो फिर ये थोड़ा टारगेट यहाँ तक रख सकते हैं। तो एक स्मॉल सा टारगेट आप कह सकते हो फ्रॉम दिस एफईजी टू इस लेवल तक, किसी ने अगर सेल किया है जो एफईजी से ट्रेड करते हैं। बाकी ये नीचे वाला एफईजी भी दो दो बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है। एक बार यहाँ सपोर्ट लिया था, उसके बाद ये आज अर्ली मॉर्निंग लिया है। लेट्स होप ये थर्ड टाइम लेता है, नहीं लेता। अगर ले भी लिया तो फिर ये रेंज बन जाएगी बिल्कुल ही। नीचे ब्रेक कर देता है तो फिर ये एफईजी रिमूव कर देंगे और फिर ये नीचे वाला लेवल एग्जैक्टली आ जाएगा। फिर थोड़ी रेंज बड़ी हो सकती है। थोड़ा सा अगर आना ही था यहाँ से आता तो बेटर रहता। एग्जैक्ट लेवल को भी हिट नहीं किया। बट राइट नाउ दीज आर द एफईजीज एरिया जहाँ पर प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। नेचुरल गैस में नेचुरल ड्राइंग ड्राइंग बना दिया, लगी ऐसा रहा है चार्ट जिस तरह का चार्ट बन रहा है, जस्ट लाइक जैसे स्कूल में होता है ना, ऐसा ही कुछ लग रहा है। ये माउंटेन हो गए, उसके बीच में सनराइज हो रहा है, ये बर्ड्स हो गई, नीचे ग्राउंड है, यहाँ पर ग्रासेस है, एक पॉट है, इसमें फ्लावर लगे हुए हैं, यहाँ पर एक हाउस हो गया, ये उसकी विंडो हो गई, और ये उसके रास्ते हो गए। ऐसा ही कुछ बनाते होगे आप लोग भी, आई होप। बचपन में अगर ड्रॉ किया होगा तो सबसे कॉमन है, कुछ लोग ऐसे भी ड्रॉ करते थे शायद, ट्री। लेट इट गो, फिलहाल के लिए मार्केट को देखते हैं। नीचे एक और एफईजी है जिन्होंने एफई से सेल किया है, थोड़ा सा ही टारगेट मिला है ये, थोड़ा ये एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाए तो बेटर है, एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट पे आ जाएगा, नहीं तो ये घूमता रह जाएगा एफईजी। इस एफई से फिर से बाई करोगे थोड़ा संभल के, कोई ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट मिलेगा नहीं क्योंकि ऊपर भी एफईजी बन गया अब। किसी एक साइड का एफईजी अगर ब्रेक हो जाए, ऊपर वाला या फिर नीचे वाला, तब थोड़ा सा बड़ा मूव आ सकता है। ऑयल ऑलमोस्ट 3 घंटे से रेजिस्टेंस पे खड़ा है, ना नीचे जा रहा है ना ऊपर, थोड़ा रिस्की हो चुका है अब ये ट्रेड, ध्यान रखना। एक्सपेक्ट था थोड़ा सा जल्दी जल्दी आएगा नीचे, जल्दी नहीं आता है अब ये, तो फिर ये ब्रेकआउट के लिए जा सकता है, ब्रेकआउट रीटेस्ट में फिर एक और बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे अबाउट 6060। तो थोड़ा सा सेलिंग में जो लोग हैं, अभी भी कॉस्ट पर ही है प्राइस, थीटा डी के हो रहा है बस, तो प्लीज़ थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम कर देना क्रूड ऑयल में, सेलिंग वाला ट्रेड अगर लिया है तो। यूएस में शायद मुझे लग रहा है वॉल्यूम ही नहीं आ रहा है वहां से, सेल किया तो मैंने बता दिया, काफ़ी देर हो गई है वहीं पर रुका हुआ है प्राइस, थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम कर दो, एसएल जाने के भी चांसेस है इसमें। सेलिंग इतनी रुक के आती नहीं है, सेलिंग थोड़ा सा फास्ट ही आती है रेजिस्टेंस जोन से, ज़्यादा देर, थोड़ा देर भी रुकता तो 2-3 कैंडल ही बनाता, तो ये ऑलमोस्ट देखोगे 15 मिनट की तो 12 कैंडल बना चुका है यहाँ पर, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12, 12 कैंडल बना चुका है, तो ऑलमोस्ट आप कह सकते हो 3 घंटे हो चुके हैं यहाँ पर। ऐसा ना हो एक बड़ी कैंडल बना के सीधा एसएल उड़ा दे, तो थोड़ा क्वांटिटी कम कर दो, टारगेट बड़ा रखा हुआ है तो कम क्वांटिटी में प्रॉफिट हो जाएगा, एसएल जाएगा, थोड़ा लॉस कम होना चाहिए। तो क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना, सेलिंग वाले थोड़ा सा रिस्की हो चुका है ट्रेड अब। ये नेचुरल गैस में भी नीचे एफईजी बना हुआ है, ध्यान रखना, वहां से बाय भी करोगे तो ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट नहीं है, मार्केट इज ट्रैप्ड राइट नाउ बिटवीन दिस एफईजी, दो दो एफईजी बन गए साथ में। ऑप्शन एंड कॉल ऑप्शन साइड दोनों साइड प्रीमियम डी क्या हो रहा है, वही कह रहा हूँ, मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा है इसमें क्रूड में, तो मोमेंटम जस्ट स्टक, इवन दो वैल्यू वॉल्यूम देखोगे तो मूविंग एवरेज के ऊपर है, बट वो इतना कम हो चुका है, वॉल्यूम की मूविंग एवरेज भी डाउन चला गया, तो उस वजह से लग तो रहा है वो वॉल्यूम है ठीक ठाक मूविंग एवरेज के ऊपर, बट ऑलरेडी उसकी वैल्यू डाउन है, तो उस हिसाब से है नहीं वॉल्यूम। लेट्स सी, 5 PM तो हो गया, 6:30 के बाद थोड़ा एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कुछ मूव तो करेगा। आज क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नहीं है, ध्यान रखना, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस आज थी क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री, कल कैलेंडर चेंज कर दिया था उन लोगों ने परसों, आज सिर्फ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है 7 PM पे, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री कल है एक साथ। क्रूड ऑयल की नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री 9 बजे है और क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री 11:30 पर है, तो ऑलमोस्ट मार्केट जब क्लोज हो रहा होगा तब आएगी इन्वेंट्री कल क्रूड ऑयल की। फिर हॉलीडेज है, मार्केट 1 जनवरी को भी क्लोज ही रहेगा। एक चीज हो जाती ना, अगर ये ऐसे ब्रेक कर देता तो मजा आ जाता, या फिर ऐसे आ जाए नीचे और फिर ऐसे चला जाए।
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Okay, that news coming from Reuters, as per the two government sources, जो I think second या 1 February को बजट आएगा, उसमें शायद जो करंट इनकम टैक्स है वो आप कह सकते हो रिड्यूस हो सकता है, ठीक है। ऐसा सोर्सेस की ओर से न्यूज है, आई डोंट नो अभी कितना सच है, क्योंकि ऐसा ऑफिशियल कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं है, बट एज पर द सोर्सेस जिन्होंने रूटर्स वेबसाइट जो है उससे बात करी है, उन्होंने ये बताया है कि जो लोग भी इंडिविजुअली 1.5 मिलियन रुपीस अर्न करते हैं ईयर का, विच इज़ अराउंड $17,590, इंडियन रुपीस में अराउंड 14 to 15 लाख हो गया साल का। तो वहाँ पर और इनकम टैक्स कट करने का मिल सकता है। अभी देखोगे तो अराउंड, अगर आप न्यू टैक्स रिजीम में टैक्स फिल करते हो तो 10 लाख तक तो कोई टैक्स लगता नहीं है, उसके ऊपर फिर लगता है। तो अगर वो कम होता है तो इट इज़ अ गुड न्यूज़, बट 15 लाख से ऊपर आपका सेम ही चीज़ लगेगा। नेचुरल गैस चार्ट कौन सा लगा रखा है? ये जनवरी मंथ का चार्ट है आपका। नेचुरल गैस में कंफ्यूज मत करना, ये जनवरी मंथ का चार्ट है। दिसंबर मंथ का जो चार्ट है वो नहीं लगाया है, बिकॉज दिसंबर मंथ का एक तो ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी बहुत पहले हो चुकी है, तो जो अभी आप ऑप्शन ट्रेड कर रहे हो वो ऑलरेडी जनवरी का कर रहे हो। एंड जनवरी फ्यूचर की भी एक्सपायरी है, तो वहाँ पर उतना वॉल्यूम अभी है नहीं, वॉलेटिलिटी ज़्यादा है, वॉल्यूम बिल्कुल नहीं है और लेवल भी प्रॉपर नहीं है, तो जनवरी मंथ का चार्ट यूज़ कर सकते हो। ऑप्शन भी इसके अकॉर्डिंग ही अलाइन होके चलेगा, एंड वॉल्यूम भी ठीक है, वॉलेटिलिटी भी उतनी नहीं हो रही है।
date. NewScale up just under a cool 500% year to date. And of course, we got to talk about Oklo, backed by Sam Altman, up more than 100% year to date. But Bloomberg reports several hedge fund managers are actually cutting back on their nuclear investments. For more on what's ahead for nuclear in 2025, let's welcome in now Mark Nelson, Radiant Energy Group Managing Director. Mark, it's always good to see you and have you on the show. So listen, there was obviously, Mark, and we've talked about this, just a ton of excitement around all things nuclear in 2024. Big, important theme for investors. How do you see, Mark, this theme and trend? How do you see it evolving now over the next 12 months as we head into 2025?
Well, we got to look backwards a little bit to look forwards. 2023 was the year we started hearing some of the tech players behind the scenes thinking about nuclear more. 2024, huge year. It's like the whole world discovered nuclear. The way I'd put it is everything kind of became about AI, and AI became about energy, and suddenly people realized that the tech players did not have a realistic energy growth strategy. They said they were using 100% renewables when they were just going off the grid. Well, they ran out of grid. So what we're looking at now is a 2024 where the biggest banks, a bunch of the world's countries, all made commitments to saying, we love nuclear. That's not the same as building nuclear, and 2025 is going to be the year of show me.
With that in mind, I mean, we've heard a remarkable, and this kind of gets back to what you were saying, we've heard a remarkable amount of companies in the cloud space even talking about nuclear reactors, that they're interested in fast tracking some of their own build out around. What is the timeline that we should be kind of gauging or grading these companies up against when you hear companies like Salesforce or like Oracle talking on their earnings calls about nuclear reactors and how much they're earmarking to invest in that?
I think what's become clear is that the top executives of these companies were sort of blindsided by the energy problem, and they're scrambling to learn as much about energy as quickly as possible. Nuclear is a special form of energy. They're learning about nuclear as they go. One of the difficult things I have to deal with is hearing announcements from companies and attempting to translate that into nuclear reality. What does it mean when it says we have a license to build? So trying to understand that is one of the most difficult parts of my job. What I can tell you, though, is the noise is all in the right direction for those of us who want to build nuclear plants. We just have to be able to respond. I don't think that the tiny reactors are going to be the bulk of the long-term future, and I think I'm backed up by this, by groups like the International Atomic Energy Agency, which sees them as being the small reactors, maybe about 25% of the nuclear market by 2050. What I see, though, is these small reactors helping companies like Oracle explore nuclear at all. Most of America's nuclear plants
नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे एफईजी ऑलमोस्ट ऐसा लग रहा है ब्रेकडाउन के पास है कैंडल भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है सॉरी 292.5 ओपन और 292.5 हाई है तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनी है एग्जैक्टली एफईजी पर जो पहली बार टच कर रही है दो बार ऑलरेडी ले चुका है यहाँ से सपोर्ट वैसे एफईजी से हायर हाई बनाया नहीं है इंटरेस्टिंग होगा देखना नहीं रुकता है तो फिर एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आ जाएगा आ ही गया सपोर्ट पे सही है ओके देखो ये सपोर्ट पे पहुंच चुका है अब यहाँ से एक बार परसों याद होगा एक सपोर्ट था और ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस था रेजिस्टेंस ब्रेक हो गया था सपोर्ट से बाइंग आने के बाद रेजिस्टेंस ज़्यादा देर रुका नहीं तो उसी सपोर्ट एरिया पे फिर से आ गया है यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का वापस प्लान करेंगे एफईजी को अब रिमूव कर देंगे इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है थोड़ा ध्यान रखना कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है तो लेवल के नीचे ना चली जाए बस नॉर्मल कैंडल पे ही बाइंग होगा ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे डायरेक्टली बाई नहीं करेंगे 6 मिनट है अभी 5:38 हो चुका है तो लगभग आधा घंटा 1 घंटा और कह सकते हैं 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग के लिए क्रूड ऑयल भी वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है, कुछ मोमेंटम ही नहीं हो रहा क्रूड ऑयल में। मार्केट कितने दिन क्लोज है? नहीं, सिर्फ कल ही क्लोज था क्रिसमस के दिन, बाकी तो ओपन ही है। अब सीधा यूएस मार्केट क्लोज होगा 1 जनवरी को। न्यू ईयर के दिन बैंक हॉलिडे होते हैं तो वॉल्यूम कम रहता है, तो उस वजह से शायद क्लोज है। मार्केट तो पता नहीं बंद होगा नहीं होगा, बट बैंक यूएस बैंक क्लोज रहते हैं। बाकी थोड़ा बहुत कह सकते हो, लोग हॉलिडे पे चले जाते हैं क्रिसमस के बाद। क्रिसमस है, न्यू ईयर्स है, तो 25 जनवरी से लेकर 25 दिसंबर से 5 जनवरी के आसपास वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा डाउन हो रहता ही है। तो साइडवेज टू वॉलेटिलिटी बढ़ जाती है मार्केट, या तो बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज चले जाते हैं या फिर वॉलेटाइल हो जाते हैं बहुत ज़्यादा। क्रिसमस के दिन बंद था बस, आज तो ओपन ही है। लाइक करते रहो गाइस, 42 पीपल आर वाचिंग, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, लाइक करते रहो फटाफट से।
You meant the world to me.
Finance's Anjali Kamla.
Seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright. But I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time.
The night lay waste to all we'd given. But honestly, you've gotta know that this ain't living. But we could run from Elysium and let it burn, let it burn. You've gotta know that nothing lasts forever. I can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I could push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run. And we can run. The stars that fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run?
बोलो शर्मा जी, गाना बज रहा है? गाना ही बज रहा है सर, मोमेंटम तो हो नहीं रहा। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल देखो वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है। 3 घंटे से भी ज़्यादा हो चुके हैं। 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 3.5 4 घंटे हो चुके हैं। रेजिस्टेंस पे है, ना नीचे आ रहा है ना ऊपर जा रहा है। याद रखना है रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा सा, सेलिंग का ट्रेड थोड़ा सा रिस्की ही रहेगा। आ जाना चाहिए था अभी तक नीचे। रेजिस्टेंस से सेलिंग इतना देर लगाता नहीं है प्राइस मूव करने पे। नहीं आया जल्दी तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के लिए चला जाना चाहिए। बाकी नेचुरल गैस देखोगे तो बीच में एक एफईजी था, नीचे सपोर्ट था, दोनों के बीच में ही है अभी फिलहाल के लिए। 6:30 होने वाला है। 6:30 के बाद लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे और वॉल्यूम मार्केट में आ जाए। फिलहाल के लिए तो इतना ही वॉल्यूम है अभी जितना दिख रहा है प्राइस में। नेचुरल गैस ठीक ठाक मूव कर रहा है, नीचे एक सपोर्ट है लास्ट ऑफ, ठीक है, वहां से एक बाइंग का प्लान रखना। और बाकी अगर ऊपर वाले एफईजी भी ब्रेक होते चले गए तो फिर और ऊपर जाएगा प्राइस। सबसे ऊपर वाला रेजिस्टेंस तो वीक है ये, यहाँ पहुंचेगा तो ब्रेकआउट ही मिलेगा डेफिनेटली। तो क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग में है, थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना। कैंडल है, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 4 आवर्स से यहीं पर रुका हुआ है प्राइस। ज्यादा बड़ा कंसोलिडेशन हुआ तो ब्रेकआउट भी अच्छा आएगा।
Around like Ryan Sazi the robot, and maybe we're having a four-way discussion. I mean, what impact do you think this will have on the U.S. labor force, if not the world labor force?
So the answer could be very significant. And one of the things that was a real surprise to us, even though this is pretty simple maths, Brian, is the payback period for these humanoids could be very, very short indeed. So one of the things we do, I mean, you mentioned Musk and Tesla's Optimus. There's a different price band for that between $20,000 and $30,000. But let's call it 25 for argument's sake. But you take that and you say how many hours a day and then a week can it work? Put it on US minimum wages, the lowest of which is $7.25, and we get to a 36-week payback period. So the economic opportunity of this could be enormous and massive cost savings for businesses that use it. So you and Wenyan just discussed home services, and that potentially could be the biggest market. But the first market will be in industrial settings because there is an economic substitution potentially that can go with those very attractive payback periods and the fact that robots, don't take sick leave and don't take holidays and all that type of stuff. Now, back to your question on the future of work and what it means. I mean, it's not clear the substitution rate that you should use. We had an assumption of a 1-for-1 substitution. But let's say these robots are working 23 hours a day, which is possible. Should you use a 3-for-1 substitution rather than a 1-for-1? And taking tractors as an example, because, we look back in history and you can see the fact that, the tractor didn't just substitute for one aggregate worker or one horse. I mean, in fact, the biggest tractor these days has a 760 horsepower. Okay, so in theory, they're substituting for a lot. There's also some fantastic work previously. We've seen that in robots, industrial robots, and the substitution rate for those was about 3.3 for each robot substituted for 3.3 people. Mm-hmm. So anyway, you start multiplying this stuff and it could be quite significant. But final thing is, it doesn't just need to be substitution. I mean, this is obviously augmentation as well. So your parents might not be, this is substituting your time rather than substituting you. And so they basically get an extra service to help them potentially stay in their homes and be freer for longer.
Powering a sustainable future. Advance your energy research. Access latest.
Is a dip and a correction the same thing? And when would you advise people to buy a so-called dip?
Yeah, this is a hotly debated topic on Wall Street, by the way.
This goes back a long time. I'm thinking of memes that are over 10 years old now.
This was the third rail I just touched.
But I love that you touched it because, I'm in this fight too. So everybody will tell you different things. Jared, you're the technician, so back me up here. But a correction is a 10% drop from 52-week highs.
Basically, that's the way we define it.
Yeah, so 10% drop from a high. That's how I would define it too. Some people call every sell-off a correction, which I say that's not true, but I understand why you can think that way. So, when we're talking about sell-offs, 5% sell-offs happen a couple times a year. On average, we've seen over the past several decades that's happened. We get a correction once every year or so. The last one that we got was back in October of 23. So what a long-term investor should think about, hearing all of these stats, is that there are going to be ups and downs as you invest. And the drop that you should be worried or kind of on alert for is that big 20% drop. Just because that's where, you see some changes in the economy around, market drops of that size. When you see changes in the job market or, events that people have to digest, around those sizes of drops. 5 to 10% drops are icing on the cake for you if you're
They're
looking
nice.
longer
You
term.
want them. And then when they happen, you're like, ooh, this is going down 20%. I'm just going to wait. But that's the thinking.
जी 50% बाइंग लेवल कितना है, किस चीज़ का 50% बाइंग लेवल? वो पूरा ही सपोर्ट जोन है नेचुरल गैस में। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल गाइस काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ है, 6:30 होने वाला है ऑलमोस्ट, कुछ ही देर बची हुई है, 12 मिनट लेफ्ट ओनली। थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, रिस्क ज़्यादा मत उठाना। पिछले 4 घंटों से रेजिस्टेंस पे ही रुका हुआ है, सेलिंग कुछ खास आई नहीं है। 30 पॉइंट ही मूव किया है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, कह सकते हो उतना ही एसएल था हमारा 26 पॉइंट का, तो 1:1 ही बनाया है। थोड़ा नीचे निकल के आता तो बेटर रहता, नहीं आ रहा है। ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर ऊपर जरूर जाएगा, लेकिन बाकी नेचुरल गैस सपोर्ट पे जरूर है, तो यहाँ से एक बाइंग का प्लान कर सकते हैं। लास्ट सपोर्ट कह सकते हो, अगर ये भी होल्ड नहीं किया तो फिर तो ब्रेक डाउन होते हुए चला जाना चाहिए इसे। ऊपर बहुत सारे एफईजी हैं, अब ये मेजर एफईजी है ऊपर यहाँ पर, और ये तो पुराना एफईजी था। खैर अब ये तो ब्रेक हो चुका है, तो इसको अब हम कंसिडर नहीं करेंगे, तो इसको आप रिमूव भी कर सकते हो, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। कैंडल बन सकती है 6:30 पे, तो ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा, मार्केट ओपन होते ही, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होते ही। क्रूड ऑयल का सेलिंग का ट्रेड अप थोड़ा सा रिस्की है, काफ़ी देर से रुका हुआ था, बट लगता नहीं है अब ये कहीं मूव करेगा बिफोर 6:30 और 8 PM। क्या कैंडल बनाई है? यस, यूएस मार्केट ओपन है, यूएस मार्केट इज ओपन टुडे। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा अराउंड 8 PM। अभी 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है। इसके जस्ट बाद वाली जो कैंडल है वो लंदन न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग कैंडल है। ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने नेचुरल गैस में, और ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने क्रूड में, बिकॉज दोनों ही सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पर है। अगर ओपन इक्वल टू हाई लो कैंडल बनी तो वो ब्रेकआउट या ब्रेकडाउन के लिए चली जाएगी सीधा। 3 मिनट लेफ्ट, 3 मिनट और बचे हैं बस. काफी देर लगा दी, क्रूड ने नहीं आ रहा है नीचे, लगता है ऊपर ऐसे हिट करेगा. नेक्स्ट कैंडल इंपॉर्टेंट है, अगर वो भी ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी तो फिर समझना है ऊपर ही जाएगा. सेम नेचुरल गैस ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बना दी कैंडल अगर, तो ब्रेक डाउन के लिए जा सकता है. लास्ट सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस. ओह, 4% डाउन हो गया नेचुरल गैस इतनी जल्दी. वन मिनट लेफ्ट, कंटिन्यूसली ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनाने में लगा पड़ा है 1 मिनट में नेचुरल गैस. लेट्स सी. 6:30 की कैंडल इंपॉर्टेंट है, किसी को ओपनिंग पोजीशन चल रही है तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो भैया. 6:30 की कैंडल कहीं भी जा सकती है, ऊपर नीचे कह नहीं सकते, रिस्क मत लेना. एक बार 15 मिनट की 6:30 की कैंडल क्लोज जाएगी तो थोड़ा सा डायरेक्शन बदल जाएगी. ये नेचुरल गैस सपोर्ट होल्ड कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा है, एंड सेम रेजिस्टेंस होल्ड कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है. क्रूड 4 घंटे से रेजिस्टेंस पे लगा हुआ है. 10 सेकेंड्स. ओके, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन हो गया है ओपन. क्रूड ऑयल कैंडल, सॉरी नेचुरल गैस कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, स्टिल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई. 1 मिनट में भी 15 मिनट में ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ही बनी है कैंडल नेचुरल गैस. वहीं का वहीं है रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे. नेचुरल गैस 1 मिनट में भी ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाया है. लेट्स सी रिकवर करता है या फिर ब्रेक करता है. वो तीनों कैंडल सेम ही है ना या नेचुरल गैस ब्रेकडाउन के नीचे एफईजी कहाँ पर है बताओ एफईजी लगा रखा है नीचे फिर 276 78 के अराउंड है 277 275 के अराउंड सॉरी नेचुरल गैस 290 से सेल किया होल्ड या बुक प्रॉफिट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल कर लो ये सपोर्ट है लास्ट अगर इसके नीचे ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट हुआ तो और नीचे जाएगा बाकी देखते हैं रुकता है नहीं फिलहाल 630 की कैंडल है थोड़ी वॉलेटाइल हो सकती है बनी तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है ब्रेकडाउन के लिए ट्राई करेंगे लेट्स सी प्रॉपर ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट होता है या फिर नहीं होता है क्रूड ऑयल तो बिल्कुल साइडवेज है कुछ नहीं हो रहा इसमें रेजिस्टेंस पर ही रुका हुआ है स्टिल 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 ऑलमोस्ट पिछले 4 से 5 घंटे हो गए क्रूड ऑयल को सेम ही रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे ना ब्रेकआउट हो रहा है ना नीचे आ रहा है या श्योर यूएस मार्केट में ठीक है बाकी जिन लोगों ने यहाँ से अगर सेल किया था ये 293 के लेवल से दे कैन बुक हाफ प्रॉफिट या फिर वैसे टारगेट इतना ही है यहाँ पर वीक एफईजी था वो तो 2 बार टेस्ट ले चुका था थर्ड टाइम ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनाई डायरेक्टली ब्रेक कर दिया तो ये इतना ही टारगेट था इसका तो ये हो चुका है ऑलरेडी कोई अगर अभी भी ट्रेल करना चाह रहा है तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल अराउंड 290 के अराउंड रख सकते हो और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है इसमें हाँ अगर ये ब्रेकडाउन रिटेस्ट हो गया तो और जाएगा नीचे नहीं तो यहाँ से थोड़ा रिकवरी आनी चाहिए ऊपर ये एफईजी हमारे पास एक नेक्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस जोन है नहीं यूएस मार्केट नहीं लंदन से सॉरी न्यूयॉर्क सेशन फॉरेक्स का यूएस मार्केट तो 8 बजे ओपन होगा 8 पीएम इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग 8 पीएम टू एट्टी पे लोअर सर्किट ही है इसमें डायरेक्टली गैस फ्यूचर की एक्सपायरी भी है आज बट वो करंट मंथ की होगी अभी ये फिलहाल के लिए आपके सामने जो चार्ट लगाया है वो जनवरी मंथ का है दिसंबर में अगर ट्रेड कर रहे हो फ्यूचर में तो वहां पर एक्सपायरी होगी अभी दिसंबर मंथ का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अभी भी चल रहा है तो एक्सपायरी है वहां पर वैसे वॉल्यूम बहुत कम है ध्यान रखना फ्यूचर ये जनवरी का फ्यूचर का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का मार्केट डेप्थ देखिए अभी जब प्राइस यहाँ पर था 3 times seller थे, 3 times almost. सिर्फ 400 people are future buying and 2000 more than 2000 people are future selling. सडनली चेंज हो जाता है. अभी देखोगे तो 400 से 1100 people are future buying और वो 2000 जो फ्यूचर सेल कर रहे थे सीधा 1400 ही आ गए हैं. क्या डायनामिक चेंज हो रहे हैं. कल में देखोगे तो जनवरी के फ्यूचर में फाइट चल रही है, दोनों ही बायर सेलर सेम ही बने हुए हैं. कोई बहुत ज़्यादा चेंज नहीं है. काफी अच्छी फाइट हो रही है लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस में. हाँ, ये क्या हो गया. का पुट ऑप्शन लिया. क्रूड ऑयल में बता चुका हूँ, आपने पुट लिया है, फ्यूचर सेल किया है, कॉल शॉर्ट किया है, जो भी किया अभी रिस्की हो चुका है. ये बहुत पहले बना था, ट्रेड 5 घंटे से यहीं पर रुका हुआ है. सेलिंग थोड़ा सा फास्ट ही आती है, तो क्वांटिटी कम रखना सो दैट अगर एसएल भी जाए तो छोटा जाए. सेलिंग इतने देर रुक के नहीं आती, थोड़ी फास्ट आनी चाहिए थी. 2 बजे से बना हुआ है ट्रेड, 2 बजे से वहीं का वहीं रुका हुआ है. एक्सपेक्टेड था थोड़ा सा फास्ट सेलिंग आएगी बट ऐसा हुआ नहीं, वॉल्यूम ही नहीं था. आप थोड़ा एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं या तो ऊपर ब्रेकआउट करने जाएगा, एसएल हिट कराएगा, या फिर नीचे फास्ट आना चाहिए क्योंकि 6:30 हो चुका है. रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है बट 5 घंटे से रुका हुआ है तो आप कह नहीं सकते. 50-50 चांसेस कह सकते हो अब इस लेट ट्रेड के. मे भी शायद अब भी मूव नहीं हुआ तो फिर यूएस मार्केट का ही है, बिकॉज आज इन्वेंट्री भी नहीं है क्रूड की. तो चलो क्रूड में सेलिंग में थे, पहले बता चुका हूँ, क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना भैया. अभी रिस्की ट्रेड समझ सकते हो इस क्रूड ऑयल के ट्रेड को. गोल्ड सिल्वर के लेवल वही कल सैटरडे वाली ही है, कल वाली ही है. हाँ, ओके. ठीक है, ऊपर एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस है यहाँ पर. एक डेटा है वैसे तो ध्यान रखना, 7 PM पे इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है ये, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है. इसका वेट कर लो, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो बेटर रहेगा 7 PM वाले डेटा का, क्योंकि 15 मिनट रह गए हैं बस. बाकी गोल्ड अपने वही कल वाले एफईजी पर रुका हुआ था थोड़ा बहुत, काफ़ी देर से वहीं रुका हुआ है, मॉर्निंग से कह सकते हो. अब थोड़ा ब्रेकआउट कर रहा है, निकलता है एफईजी के ऊपर तो एक रेजिस्टेंस है 2635 एंड देन 2646 वाले पे. ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनेगा तो सेल मत करना, उसमें ब्रेकआउट हो सकता है. बाकी सिल्वर के पास भी नीचे एक सपोर्ट है अराउंड 29.30 और एक एफयूजी का सपोर्ट है 29.60 पे. एंड एक रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर छोटा सा आप कह सकते हो 29.83. बाकी इसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ तो फिर और ऊपर चला जाएगा, नहीं तो यहाँ से रिजेक्शन मिलना चाहिए. तो ये लास्ट लेवल है सिल्वर की रेजिस्टेंस के तौर पे. 7 PM का डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा तो उसका ध्यान रखना. अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स. बाकी अभी सैफी जी को चाहो तो रिमूव भी कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर ब्रेकआउट हो ही गया ऑलमोस्ट। जनवरी में ये सॉरी नेचुरल गैस में जनवरी का फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, वो दिसंबर का नहीं है, कंफ्यूज मत होना। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक दिस स्ट्रीम।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. U.S. stock index futures are lower this morning, declining with treasuries as trading resumes after the Christmas holiday, with investors looking to initial jobless claims data and a government bond auction later today. Still, the S&P 500 is up more than 26% so far this year. Economic data early next year is likely the next catalyst for investors. And Stuart Kaiser is the head of U.S. equity trading at Citi Global Markets.
That's the biggest risk early next year with that unemployment report on January 10th. We're going to get a very quick test of whether the Fed's view of flattening out of unemployment is the case or not. If we do get it, then look, I think equity markets are in good shape. If we get an inflection point higher, it's going to be a tough start to the year, I think.
And that's Stuart Kaiser at Citi Global Markets, who notes the Nasdaq is up more than 33% so far this year. Well, a big focus for investors and economists in 2025 will continue to be the Federal Reserve. Jay Powell and company signaled fewer rate cuts next year at its meeting earlier this month. Tom Porcelli is chief U.S. economist at PGIM Fixed Income.
The data have been very volatile. More so than what we've seen certainly pre-COVID. And so think about the coming, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to get what? We're going to get a payroll report, and then we're going to get a CPI report. What if you get a clunker, right? What if you get a clunker of a payroll report? The market is then going to immediately start to sort of build in the idea of, oh, well, maybe the Fed is going to have to do more. So I think this is part of the problem with data point dependency.
And Tom Porcelli notes the jobs report comes 1 week from tomorrow. The first Fed decision of 2025 comes on January 29th. Some companies making news this morning. Alibaba Group has agreed to merge its South Korean operations with Emart's e-commerce platform. The move is designed to better compete in South Korea's fast-paced online retail sector. Sources say the new entity could be valued at about $4 billion. Alibaba has been seeking to expand its international footprint to make up for slower growth in its core Chinese e-commerce business. President-elect Donald Trump naming his pick for ambassador to Panama on Christmas Day. He's nominating Kevin Marino Cabrera, who's currently a county commissioner in Miami-Dade, Florida, and worked on Trump's 2020 campaign. In his announcement, Trump said no one knows Latin American politics better than Cabrera. President Biden is condemning Russia for a Christmas Day attack on Ukraine's power infrastructure. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said it included more than 100 attack drones and 70 missiles, some of them ballistic. Meantime, Russia is rejecting President-elect Donald Trump's call for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine. At the same time, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Russia is ready to open negotiations. In the Middle East, Israel and Hamas accusing each other of complicating negotiations over a ceasefire in Gaza. Hamas said Israel is adding new conditions to withdraw troops, release prisoners, and allow for the return of displaced people. Israel said Hamas is reneging on things it's already agreed to. And in Syria, the caretaker government says forces loyal to ex-President Bashar al-Assad killed 14 police officials and wounded 10 others. It's the worst surge of violence since Assad's overthrow earlier this month. Azerbaijan observing a nationwide day of mourning for the victims of the air crash that killed 38 people and left all 29 survivors injured. The investigation continues into a cause. Maui police investigating the discovery of a dead body in the wheel well of a United Airlines plane. The body was found in the wheel well of one of the main landing gears on Flight 202, which arrived in Maui from Chicago on Tuesday. In New York City, a yellow cab jumped the curb and slammed into several pedestrians on Christmas Day, sending 3 people, including a child, to the hospital. This eyewitness says the crowd leapt into action to save the injured victims.
There was a little boy, his leg was underneath the front passenger tire as it was spinning, and then there was a group of people that one gentleman I know went over, got in, shut the car off, got in and shut it off, and then there was a whole group of us that ripped the fender off, lifted the car back, and then that's when I kind of grabbed the little boy, got him over in the corner, realized that what ended up being his mom was underneath.
Officials believe the 58-year-old driver was suffering from a medical episode at the time of the accident. All of the injured are expected to recover. Beyoncé provided more excitement than either game during Netflix's NFL debut on Christmas Day. Riding into her halftime appearance on a white horse, the 32-time Grammy winner rocked her hometown Houston crowd with a nearly 13-minute performance yesterday. The broadcast itself went off just fine, quickly becoming the second most popular live title on Netflix to date, according to NFL media. S&P futures are down 0.33%, so are Dow futures. NASDAQ futures down 0.3%. 10-year Treasury yield 4.62%. And that's news when you want it with
ओके नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे वापस लेवल के ऊपर ही आया है स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट कह सकते हो बट अगर इसको थोड़ा सा बुलिश होना है तो ये ऊपर वाला एफईजी ब्रेक करना जरूरी है 294 बाकी क्रूड ऑयल तो मुझे लग नहीं रहा है नीचे आने के मूड में है नेचुरल गैस अगर ऊपर जाता भी है तो ये सारे सारे एफईजी रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करेंगे ये तो मेजर है यहाँ पर भी एक एफईजी बना हुआ है तो ज़्यादा बड़ा टारगेट एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है ऊपर जाना है तो इन सारे एफईजी को ब्रेक करना जरूरी हो जाएगा तभी एक हायर हाई बनाता रहेगा नहीं तो ये जितने भी एफईजी एक्ट लाइक एज अ रेजिस्टेंस तो थोड़ा ऊपर जाना है तो ये कुछ इस तरह से फॉर्मेशन होनी जरूरी है दैट इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट अगर होल्ड नहीं किया तो फिर इसी का ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट हो जाएगा सपोर्ट का डेटा भी आने वाला है 6:30 पे, सॉरी 7 PM पे, 7 मिनट ट्रैप्ड। मिनट और रह गए हैं बस।
Is a dip and a correction the same thing? And when would you advise people to buy a so-called dip?
Yeah, this is a hotly debated topic on Wall Street, by the way.
This goes back a long time. I'm thinking of memes that are over 10 years old now.
This was the third rail I just touched.
But I love that you touched it because, I'm in this fight too. So everybody will tell you different things. Jared, you're the technician, so back me up here. But a correction is a 10% drop from 52-week highs.
Basically, that's the way we define it.
Yeah, so 10% drop from a high. That's how, I would define it too. Some people call every sell-off a correction, which I say that's not true, but I understand why you can think that way. So, when we're talking about sell-offs, 5% sell-offs happen a couple times a year. On average, we've seen over the past several decades that's happened. We get a correction once every year or so. The last one that we got was back in October of 23. So what a long-term investor should think about, hearing all of these stats, is that there are going to be ups and downs as you invest. And the drop that you should be worried or kind of on alert for is that big 20% drop. Just because that's where, you see some changes in the economy around, market drops of that size. When you see changes in the job market or, events that people have to digest, around those sizes of drops. 5 to 10% drops are icing on the cake for you if you're
They're
क्योंकि नेचुरल गैस देखो लेवल के नीचे निकल गया, ऊपर रिकवरी नहीं कर पाया लेवल के ऊपर 288 के ऊपर। थर्टी कैंडल ने कोशिश तो करी बट एक क्लोज होनी चाहिए कैंडल ऊपर, इस तरह से क्लोजिंग ही नहीं दे पाए। स्टिल देखते हैं फेक ब्रेकडाउन ना हो, अगर रिकवरी करता है या फिर अगर ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट करेगा तो वापस सेल करेंगे। अभी हुआ नहीं है ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट, ध्यान रखना।
No, that's kind of a theme that younger investors, they need they can just afford that extra juice to kind of swing for the fences early on, or is that not advisable?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. The problem is not many people can handle the smoke that comes along with crypto and tech. Tech, we'll start with tech. I mean, tech is the superstar of the stock market for a reason, because you take on a lot of risk to get those returns, and it is a sector of hope and dreams in a way.
I love hope and dreams.
Not big tech. Those are some of the strongest companies on the market. But looking outside of big tech, you have a lot of younger stage companies in public and private markets that you have to be really careful about. But they are kind of the sexy attention grabbing names that everybody talks about. Crypto, same bucket. I think the crypto space is really interesting. I love learning about developments in the space.
And the token names are just great.
I know. I laugh over them every day. But like crypto is also a young, maturing asset class. Even Bitcoin. I mean, just 2 years ago.
Crypto's younger than Sid here.
Is it?
Yeah. No, 2008.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to think about it for a second. True.
Yeah, well, exactly. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but you have to understand the ups and downs that can come with that.
Mm-hmm. What are the sectors you do like then, besides tech or outside of tech? Since we're talking about balancing.
Look, I think tech has some really interesting stories, but when you're looking over the next year, you have to think about valuations and, again, balance. And my mind naturally goes to the economy and where interest rates are heading. So I'm thinking rate sensitive sectors, banks, real estate. I think consumer discretionary could be interesting, although half of consumer discretionary is Amazon and Tesla, so you have to be careful. But Economically attached rate sensitive sectors could be really interesting, especially if the economy holds up.
One of the things you noted to us, and I want to highlight here, is that earnings breadth is pretty good right now. And in fact, in 2025, every S&P 5 sector is expected to increase its earnings, is expected to grow. That hasn't happened since 2018. So what does that mean to you?
It means this rally that we've seen is for real. It's a great sign for
how does that square with your caution? Like, you see all that earnings growth. Could investors be getting ahead of that and saying, well, it's easy to get too far ahead of the curve, but how do you think about that?
Right. Well, what you said, Jared, is exactly how I think about it. Okay. It's a great sign. Look, I'm not going to complain about profits growing, especially when there are a lot of questions about the economy and if there could be the big proverbial R word coming in 2025.
We won't say that here.
Don't say it out loud. He must not be named.
But, earnings growing is a good thing. My worry is that, yes, we've pulled a little bit of this forward and we might be setting the bar too high in 25. And that's not saying that profits are going to fall off a cliff, but earnings expectations are pretty steep. I think earnings are expected to rise by double digits, at least S&P earnings. So you have to think about markets as the information coming in, but also the expectation of that information. And part of this rally that we've seen in the back half of the year has been on the expectation of profits broadening in sectors outside of tech.
Innovation, modernization, and business resilience are all top of mind for business leaders, making one thing certain. In these incredibly complex environments, end-to-end observability is no longer optional. It has become mandatory.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Next, CEO and co-founder of Real Vision, Raoul Pal, breaks down the future of blockchain and the importance of understanding one of the great forces of the universe, compounding, or exponential math. It's kind of, as I imagined, I mean, obviously, there's the enthusiasm over, what Trump's policies might bring for markets, particularly technology. It's very bullish for technology, very bullish crypto. And then we've seen what do the tariffs mean for the dollar? And the dollar's been ripping higher because of it. Rates are unsure how to deal with all of this. So the market's still trying to figure out all of this stuff. But generally, the playbook seems to be that the technologists have taken over the White House, and therefore they get a free run.
Should people be reacting to an election like they are? Is that normal?
It's not abnormal, and sometimes this whole thing fades because really it's about what policies actually happen, what happens to the economy, what happens to things like liquidity. So we may wish it to be so, but the reality is we need to see what actually plays out.
All right, we're going to take that thought and we're going to amplify it. We might compound it because that is the word of the day, compounding. Compounding is a process where growth builds on previous growth, accelerating exponentially over time, whether it's money, knowledge, or resources, creating increasingly larger results. And the trick is, well, you deal a lot with this, and we deal a lot with this in finance. Humans are wired for linear thought, but when it comes to the exponential, it's a different game. Just talk to us about that.
Yeah. Exponentiality is something most people can't comprehend because we think of the passage of time. That's our real anchor, right? And time is linear for us. But exponentials are things that grow on top of each other. You're talking about compounding, particularly when it gets to crazy things in technology or crypto or adoption of technologies like the internet or AI. What happens is the numbers go really fast. So the greatest living example of all of this is probably outside of viruses and biological things where exponentiality occurs often is Bitcoin. Right? Bitcoin came out, 12 years ago, essentially started trading. It's up 105 million%. You can't get your head around it. And if you divide it by
Zimbabwe numbers.
I know. But that's the power of compounding. It's an asset that essentially goes up on average 150% a year, even with 3 negative 80% drawdowns. And so you can't get your head around those returns. I mean, I was an investor in 2013. No way that I think it was going to do this. I mean, I knew it was going up a lot, but these kind of numbers are ludicrous. So you only need a small amount of money, which is one of the reasons why a lot of the CEOs and founders of the big technology companies are worth so much money because they never sold their equity. So time horizon plus high rates of growth compound into ridiculous profits.
But it seems like to kind of take advantage of that, you had to be in something like Bitcoin a long time ago. Or do you think even 10 years from now, if I invested today, you still think there's going to be crazy returns 10 years from now?
So Bitcoin is just part of blockchain, which is a technology. And the adoption of that technology has been twice the speed of the internet, based around the same time, first 5 million users. So it's extremely fast. Right now, it's a $3 trillion space in total. But if you extrapolate out the trend rate of adoption, looking how the internet did it, etc., by about 2032, 2034, we get to something like 4 billion users, maybe more, and that would extrapolate to a $100 trillion asset class, in line with other major asset classes. Okay, so that's $3 trillion to $100 trillion. So we're only 3% of the way there. If this plays out, that will be the largest, fastest accumulation of wealth in all human history. Now, assume I'm a complete idiot and I'm wrong by 50%. It would be 50 trillion, which is the entire 100-year accumulation of value the S&P 500's had. So that's what we're dealing with. So no, it still compounds.
So are you hodling here? Because it's from the outline of your strategy, you really need to stay in the market to take advantage of these gains. And you mentioned the founders, and their secret is they don't sell.
Right.
So you're sitting on all this wealth. How do you use it? How do you capitalize on it? What do you do with it? Do you stake it? That's something that kind of came up. But what do you do with this to take advantage of it as you're holding or hodling?
Well, to set your life up for this, you have to have an income. Because if you're not going to take money out of the market, because it compounds so much, every penny you take out, the expected future return is diminished.
That's the nature of the question.
Right. To put it in perspective, the NASDAQ divided by Bitcoin, essentially, the NASDAQ has fallen 99.99% in 12 years versus Bitcoin. So it essentially means that each year you don't buy something like a house, the cheaper it gets in Bitcoin terms. So really you want income to deal with that. If not, you can't. And then you've got 3 strategies. One is just hold it and do nothing. That works over time.
but it's very cyclical. The other one is try and time the cycles and try and lower your exposure at the top of the cycle, buy to the bottom.
We've seen that movie.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to do. The other one is what I've tended to try and do is accept the cycles and say, well, if the price is weak and it's down 80%, buy more. And what happens is you compound it even faster.
So your dollar cost average. Finally, Invesco's chief global market strategist, Christina Hooper, breaks down the business cycle, SMID caps, and central banks. I think that's a good time to segue into our phrase of the day, which is business cycle, and it ties into all these interest rates that we're talking about. So here's the definition of the business cycle. It's the economy's recurring pattern of growth and decline, which occurs in phases. So we have the expansion or growth phase, we have the peak, which is the highest point, the contraction, which is the decline, and then you have the trough, which is the lowest point. It's pretty simple, but sometimes we don't even know exactly which phase we're in. And just tell us, how do you see the business cycle, and how does it help you frame your discussions?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that we tend to have stocks act in certain ways in anticipation of different parts of the business cycle and in being in parts of the business cycle. So, for example, I think right now what we're seeing is stocks anticipating an economic reacceleration next year. And so I think we're going to see small caps and mid caps perform better, cyclicals perform better because they're more sensitive to the economic cycle. I think we're also likely to see some international equities perform better as well. I think in general, globally speaking, the economy is going to reaccelerate. So I think there's a lot of connection between the business cycle and the performance of different assets, especially stocks, although it's not entirely predictive. Being in a particular economic cycle, phase of the economic cycle, does not predict exactly how things go. Exactly.
So there are some people who are talking about going into year 3 of a bull market that we might not see as crazy returns as the prior 2 years. How does that, do you agree, or does that factor into where you see growth going? How are you thinking about that?
So we've had a strong 2 years, let's face it. But I think there's more powder, more dry powder there. And that's really because we have central banks behind markets. So this is kind of unusual in that central banks are easing into growth. We tend not to see that. We tend to see central bank easing occur when economies are in much worse shape, typically in contraction, going into contraction. This is a different environment. And so I think there's certainly a fair amount of dry powder. If we go back to the mid-90s, that was the last time we saw the Fed actually hike rates, have a tightening cycle without causing a recession.
95, 98.
Right, exactly. And so the tightening cycle was 94 to 95, and then the easing cycle was 95 to 96. But and so we saw some really good stock performance in the 6 months, 12 months out after that. But that easing cycle was very limited. It was only 3 rate cuts, only 75 basis points. So if you think we're looking out on another 100, even just 100 basis points in rate cuts on top of the 75 we already got, that suggests a lot more fuel powering risk assets going forward, especially as we see a relatively good economic environment helped by real wage growth. So inflation adjusted wage growth, disinflation continues. So there's more spending power for consumers. I think there's a lot going for this economy, especially the global economy, and especially the U.S. economy, given how resilient it's been so far.
And talk to us about soft, hard, no landing and how that figures into the
people are getting mad at us when we say landing now.
Yeah.
So where does this fit into the business cycle?
So I think what we're seeing is a very soft landing. So we're not going to see a recession in the United States, and arguably it's not much of a landing at all, right? It's a slowdown and then a reacceleration, and we can have that in business cycles. They're not perfect. There can be mid-cycle slowdowns. There can be
mid-cycle expansion is what we're hearing.
Exactly, and so that's what we're seeing, and that's what I anticipate we'll continue to see in 2025. Is that a very, very modest slowdown followed by a pretty significant reacceleration. And that is the kind of environment that I think is quite good for all kinds of risk assets, but especially stocks. And you also have animal spirits created by the potential for deregulation. So there's a lot going for it. Now, there are also some concerns, right?
Let's talk about rates and the higher dollar as a perfect example of some concerns. Historically, higher rates and the higher dollar sometimes derail or at least are concurrent with equities rolling over. So any concerns here for you? Because we've seen them both elevated and moving higher pretty quickly recently.
So much of the dollar's movement has to do with expectations around monetary policy. And we've just seen such a resilient U.S. economy that expectations have changed in the last 2 months about how much the Fed is actually going to ease. But I think we're going to get significant easing. That doesn't mean, though, that the U.S. dollar weakens a lot. I think it weakens more relative to some currencies than others. I think the euro weakens a lot more because the expectation is with weaker data that we're going to see more ECB easing than we're going to see Fed easing. That's okay.
It's relative.
Exactly. It's relative. And I think the bigger picture is that the Fed is easing. I think
so. No dollar wrecking ball just yet.
I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. I mean, I think what we should worry more about is the potential for short-term sell-offs because of the application of tariffs. Mm-hmm. They could be long-term tariffs if long-term sell-offs if the tariffs are kept on for a long time. But to me, I'm not too worried about the dollar thus far. I think we're going to get enough easing in the next year that we're not going to see the dollar go up a lot.
Tell me in layman's terms again, what is the situation with the dollar? Why would the dollar tend to rise when the Fed starts to cut rates?
Well, it's expectations around other central bank activity. So, and a few other, factors, impact the dollar, including growth expectations. And so the economy's been in good shape. So if it strengthens and you have the Fed not cutting very much, that can send the dollar higher.
Thank you for watching Stocks in Translation. Be sure to check out our other episodes of the show on the Yahoo Finance site and mobile app. We're also on all your favorite podcast platforms. So be sure to leave a comment, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Now let's make some money and get a lot smarter.
I've done Yahoo Finance forever. This is a spectacular spot.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery.
Hello, world. I'm Ross Mack.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement.
Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Hey, it's me, Tiffany the Budgetista, your favorite financial educator. Welcome to Capital Gains World for a few days and everything has changed.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we are your daily lifeline because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
It's 9 a.m. here in New York City on this Thursday morning. Welcome to Yahoo Finance's flagship show, The Morning Brief. I'm Brad Smith alongside Brian Sozzi this morning. Let's get to the three things that you need to know today.
All right, first up, the day after Christmas is for markets analysis. Stock futures are falling, giving back some of those gains we saw earlier this week. Treasury yields ticking higher, the 10-year above 4.6%. The major averages posting 2 days of gains before the Christmas holiday. Investors are now watching to see if the markets can pull off a Santa Claus rally in these last few trading days of the year and the first couple in January. No doubt it has been a tough month for stocks. The Dow off more than 3%, in part caused by a more hawkish Federal Reserve.
And initial jobless claims for the week ended December 21st, clocking in at 219,000. That is versus the 223,000 that was expected, just slightly lower than the week prior as well. Now, the continuing claims, the number of people receiving unemployment benefits hit its highest level in 3 years. Overall, the labor market still strong, something that the Fed has upheld as a reason to comfortably slow the pace of rate cuts in 2025. But Wall Street is looking for any signs of significant cooling.
Wall Street loves its cuts, and tracking Bitcoin prices as they are lower this morning. The cryptocurrency has not traded above $100,000 in a week. Oh my God! This recent weakness comes in the wake of a massive Trump election rally. Bitcoin surged more than 50% following the election until its recent peak over $108,000.
Let's do a quick check of the markets right now. Stock futures, they are lower as we're just outside of, well, we're about 30 minutes until the start of trade here on the day. And you're taking a look at the Dow futures down fractionally by about 0.4%. S&P 500 down about the same there, 0.3%, and about the same on a percentage basis for the NASDAQ futures. We're also keeping close tabs on treasuries this morning. They are higher. Wall Street looks at some fresh jobs data in the form of initial jobless claims coming in lower than expected for the week ended December 21st. 219,000 versus the 223,000 that were estimated coming into it. We did see continuing claims tick up as well here. And of course, as we're tracking all of this, the larger inclination for traders is to think about what this ultimately means for what the Fed has continued to discuss with their dual mandate and the labor market and the strength of the labor market that they're continuing to discuss going into, of course, the new slate and of a calendar year in 2025 when their next set of meetings will begin.
Look, Brad, I'm not going to sit here and make a big deal about jobless claims coming in 219,000. This will just be one small component of what the Federal Reserve is watching here as it pertains to what they may do on interest rates. I think back to what Mary Daly told us, Brad. You know, I think she'll be looking at several factors in the economy, labor market, of course, the PCE in coming months to see what they do on those rates.
Absolutely.
All right, stock futures are in the red after gaining in day one of the Santa Claus rally period on Tuesday. So will Santa end up riding his sleigh into the new year? I like that one. Joining us now is Michelle Snyder, Chief Market Strategist at MarketGauge.com. Michelle, good to see you. We got some notes from you saying this is you're focusing on the year of the snake and what that might mean or may not mean for stocks. Break this down for us.
Well, first of all, good morning. Well, it's interesting because I have been following Chinese astrology at the start of every year for a long, long time. And some people might think that that's kind of silly, but there is a great quote by J.B. Morgan that says, millionaires do not follow astrology, billionaires do. And I think it's because there's a layer out there that we have to be aware of. And I always like to say with 1.7 billion people who follow this in the Asian world, it means something. So the snake actually coming out of dragon could mean more peace, more harmony, prosperity, but it also could mean some volatility. And that's basically what we're keeping our eyes on, with certain signals much more concrete than just following the astrological sign.
What do the spirits of the snake tell us about how people might be investing?
Well, I think basically what it's very, very prosperous potentially for the Asian markets, which makes a lot of sense because they were so beat up over the last year, excuse me, in comparison to what the U.S. market has done. So I think we have to keep our eyes there. I think it also means that if you want to use the metaphor, a snake can coil and hiss and spit, but it can also travel very peacefully. So that's why I think you have to be prepared, particularly with the Fed, how it's set up for next year, a new administration coming in, for some downturns in the market and maybe a rough start. to the year, and then possibly by spring, we start to see things level out. It's also very much in line, by the way, with 1965, which was the last time we had this yin wood snake. And that was a year that started out somewhat tumultuously, but ended well with about 3-4% gains. Case-Shiller's kind of there too. So that's kind of what we're looking for as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Look, most of my dreams or nightmares that have snakes in them are and not anything about peaceful travel at all. So I hope that there is some peaceful travel in there aside from the hissing and spitting. You know, as we think about what you mentioned in the new administration coming in, it seems like there has been some hissing, at least pre the inauguration day, and now there's going to be a lot of focus on a few themes, and two of them that jump out to me that I know you're laser focused on as well. One of them you mentioned in deregulation, and the sectors that might be early beneficiaries of that. Financials has really caught a lot of attention there. What's your kind of analysis?
Well, yeah, in terms of deregulation, of course, it's always going to be when and to what degree, and then what, of course, is the aftermath of that. So deregulation sounds great, right? Less government control. But it also means that there has to be some level of oversight. So we know that that can create some issues if the oversight is not necessarily thought out well. So we're looking at that as maybe, at least initially, what people think is, yay, great. But we'll see how much can actually take place as we get into the administration. I think you can look at that in every aspect of what Trump has promised. To what degree, by when, how much friction will they get in return of that? And then, of course, the uncertainty of all of that, what that does to the market.
Michelle, you actually inspired me to check my horoscope in real time. It says I will have a great day and I will talk about stocks from morning to night. So typical day for me. Let's go into some of your picks to that end. I want to lock in on Salesforce, because I just had a chat with Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff, and he was telling me that next year is going to be the year of agents, charging $2 per conversation on millions of agents. I think they're going to rack up some big bucks. Is that your play here?
Well, I love that stock. I've liked it pretty much. Really, it came into my head when I saw the Olympics, because they were one of the big sponsors in July of the Olympics. And then I was watching football yesterday, like everybody else probably. And CRM was Salesforce was a huge part of the sponsor on the Netflix.
Yeah, I saw was Matthew McConaughey got rained on, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That was a great commercial.
Great commercial.
So, I mean, forget about that, but that obviously what they're showing is they're in the marketplace, and they're talking about AI, which of course is the great buzzwords of 2023, 2024, and I'm imagining 2025. And so they're really focusing now on increasing AI in terms of how they deliver to customers, marketing, sales. And that means to me that right now, if you look at the chart of that stock, which is pretty hot at around 360, I see no reason why it can't go to 500. Obviously, if the market behaves.
I was surprised to see Rivian on your list, Michelle. And I mention this because, of course, Tesla's really hot. You have basically Elon Musk, second commander-in-chief, however you want to call him. Isn't Elon's connection to this administration bad news for Rivian? And also in the context, Rivian is not making any money, and it's unclear when they will turn profitable.
Yes to both, but how?
क्रूड ऑयल मुझे लगता नहीं नीचे आने के मूड में है। अगर देखो कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट पर ही है, निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ क्रूड ऑयल से। ठीक है, अब सीधा यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा 8 PM पे, तो वी डोंट नो किस साइड मूव कर जाए। एनीबॉडी इन क्रूड ऑयल सेलिंग साइड ट्रेड, आई विल सजेस्ट एग्जिट। ठीक है, एग्जिट कर सकते हैं, इसमें कोई फायदा नहीं अब रह के, बहुत रिस्की ट्रेड हो चुका है। ऑलमोस्ट 6 आवर से इसी जोन में फंसा हुआ है प्राइस। निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, नहीं तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के छोड़ दो। ठीक है, रिस्की ट्रेड हो चुका है बहुत ज़्यादा। अभी तक आ जाना चाहिए था प्राइस को नीचे, अब नहीं आ रहा है तो फिर वी कांट डू एनीथिंग। अब यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन है, कुछ यूएस मार्केट पे होता है तो ठीक है। तो जो लोग भी रुके हुए हैं, या तो क्वांटिटी बहुत कम कर दो, एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो, इट इज़ रिस्की नाउ। नीचे एक एफईजी भी बन गया है यहाँ पर, तो वो भी रोके प्राइस को रोक रहा है कंटिन्यूसली। तो दिस इज टू रिस्की ट्रेड ऑन सेलिंग साइड। एग्जिट कर सकते हैं या फिर एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख के छोड़ दो। यूएस मार्केट के बाद देखते हैं क्या ये ऊपर ब्रेक कर देता है या फिर अब नीचे निकल के आता है। नीचे एफईजी बन गया तो यहाँ पर रुकेगा अभी प्राइस नीचे आते वक्त। दिस एफईजी इज एक्ट लाइक एज अ सपोर्ट। 6 घंटे से रुका हुआ है प्राइस। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी ब्रेक डाउन कर चुका है, लेवल के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो चुकी है, तो इसमें रीटेस्ट पे सेल कर सकते हैं वापस से। इस तरह से ब्रेक डाउन हो चुका है तो ये अब रिकवरी के लेवल नहीं है, रीटेस्ट पे इसमें सेल कर सकते हो वापस। ब्रेक डाउन हो गया ऑलरेडी, कोई फायदा नहीं है। ठीक है, ये दो टारगेट रहेंगे नेचुरल गैस के। नीचे एक एफईजी बना हुआ है, उससे पहले कि कल का लो। दीज आर द टू टारगेट्स फॉर नेचुरल गैस। इसमें लोअर सर्किट भी लग जाएगा एक्चुअली 280 पर, तो ये दोनों ही टारगेट हैं इसके। ठीक है, ब्रेकडाउन हो चुका है तो रीटेस्ट ही कर सकते हैं, नथिंग एल्स। फिर नीचे एफईजी है, वहां पर शायद थोड़ा बहुत रुके प्राइस। बाकी मैं फिर रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, क्रूड ऑयल में जो सेलिंग में है, अगर निकलना चाहो निकल जाओ, नहीं तो या तो क्वांटिटी बहुत कम कर दो, एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो। इट इज़ टू रिस्की ट्रेड नाउ फॉर सेलिंग साइड। एफईजी भटक गया यहाँ पर, ये भी ब्रेक नहीं होगा जब तक और नीचे जाएगा नहीं। नीचे आया भी तो अभी एफईजी रुकने का काम कर देगा। यूएस मार्केट पे देखते हैं अब क्या ट्रेड बनता है। लेट्स सी इन द यूएस मार्केट। बाकी नेचुरल गैस ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट के बाद ये फर्स्ट टारगेट एंड देन सेकंड। ध्यान रखना यूएस मार्केट पे ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने कैंडल अब। लेवल वही जो थोड़ी देर पहले बताए थे ऑलरेडी हैं, वही है, चेंज कुछ नहीं हुआ है। ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है 2635 के अराउंड, फिर एक अभी न्यूज आई थी 7 PM के अराउंड, दैट इज नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। एंड ये एफईजी है एंड देन रेजिस्टेंस 2635 के अराउंड, नीचे सपोर्ट 2604। ये रुक गया क्रूड ऑयल वापस एफईजी के अराउंड। यूएस मार्केट ओपन होता है, देखते हैं अब क्या मूव करता है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम।
We're going to continue to track that. Coming up on Morning Brief, everyone, we count you down to the opening bell on Wall Street. We've got much more on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Now let's make some money and get a lot smarter.
I've done Yahoo Finance forever. This is a spectacular spot.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery.
Hello, world. I'm Ross Smack.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement. Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Hey, it's me, Tiffany the Budgetista, your favorite financial educator. Welcome to Capital Gains World. For a few days and everything has changed.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we are your daily lifeline, because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers, and you can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. First up, there's supposed to not be any fighting on Christmas Day, but entertainment giants Netflix and Disney, they were going blow for blow to prop up viewership. Netflix featured 2 NFL games, plus a Cowboy Carter halftime show, which is being heralded as the Beyonce Bowl. Disney, meanwhile, broadcasted a slate of NBA games, a tradition dating back to 2019, 47 for the league here. But it is really the NFL and this new partnership with Netflix, which is more of their foray into sports. And, of course, you got a huge halftime show in Beyonce stepping on stage, all of the different kind of Beyonce trades that you can annex to this one, whether it be Levi's, whether it be Netflix, whether it be Spotify. There's a few different ways to really take a look at what took place yesterday and say, all right, here's how investors might be pricing in what is to come on January 14th as well.
Just seeing Beyonce come out there on the horse, I mean, that made this whole event for me. I get the Chiefs one. It was fun to watch that, and that's cool. But this was really, I think, Brad, these games were the first time I got a sense that Netflix is getting this live sports thing under control. Like what they had been doing, notably with the Tyson-Paul fight, it didn't feel right. It felt like they were missing something. It felt like things were thrown together. To me, I think the football game worked very well, and it got me thinking. I'm going to write more about this on the Sunday Morning Brief newsletter. I encourage everyone to subscribe in advance of that. Just running the numbers on Netflix, how much they could earn next year. The Street's only looking for $24 a share per share in earnings. I can make the case for about $26 a share in earnings from Netflix next year as they roll out live sports, generate more advertising revenue, and you have games. You have Squid Games coming back out, more original content. I think you could easily make the case the Street is still too bearish on Netflix, even after a 92% year-to-date run.
Yeah, it was the bright spot in a dismal game to watch, quite honestly, between the Ravens and the Houston Texans.
Yes. All right, another Yahoo Finance trending ticker we're watching today is Toyota. What, you just thought we only track Tesla here? Nope. Toyota's global production declined for a 10th straight month in November, down 6.2% from a year ago. Still, its worldwide sales grew for a second consecutive month, boosted by demand in China and the U.S. And Brad, Toyota, I would argue, has become almost the forgotten automaker. And you have that Honda-Nissan tie-up. You have everything what's going on with Tesla and Elon Musk. You have General Motors pumping out a lot of good EVs. Ford stock under pressure. Story to watch for next year. And then you have Toyota, still a major player, putting out close to 7.5 million units this year. And they're trying to turn themselves around in many respects.
You think about some of the top-selling vehicles of 2024 here, and this is according to some Carvana data. Tesla, Chevrolet, Nissan, they really take the three top spots here. Toyota has one in the Camry, and of course that is their namesake car. That's probably the car that you get in when you order an Uber X, and we've seen a lot of those start to transition over to Tesla Model 3 vehicles as well. That mass market auto manufacturer or manufactured vehicle from Tesla, and even as that takes the top spot for the top selling vehicles of 2024, that just means Toyota, for the mass market play that they've had for decades, is starting to fall further out of alignment here, at least with some of the futuristic purchase ambitions that vehicle owners have right now.
Just compare the interiors of the new Prius with the latest Model 3. The new
Not
Prius,
comparable.
It's not comparable. The Prius is it's not pretty. It's kind of it's bad. I mean, Toyota. I respect Toyota. They have a long storied history. It's just, wow, their autos just have not kept pace. Known for their reliability, but the interiors, the interior quality. I'm not saying Tesla makes amazing interiors because they've had quality issues of their own, but still, compared to what's coming out of General Motors and even a Ford, I mean, Toyota's got to pick up its game.
I mean, it's not going to woo you. Of course,
it gets from point A to B. You plug it in, it has 4 tires, it does what it's supposed to do.
Well, okay, so did Fred Flintstone's car. It had 4 tires.
That was a cool car.
It got you from A to B.
Tires? It didn't have rollers?
It had rocks. Yes.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, still, point A to point B, somehow you got there, even if you had to use the feet on occasion just to get you started. But at the end of the day, when you think about Toyota, it's amazing for consumers to have to go through the mental jousting from time to time of, wait a minute, this is the same manufacturer that rolls Lexuses off of its lines, and you get in a Lexus and you're like, okay, this is fine.
They're fine. It's just fine.
It's not going to blow you away.
Mercedes, they've all, Infinity's picked up its game. It's just,
Oh yeah, Mercedes is big time, Absolutely. All right, we're also taking a look at some restaurants. Perhaps you're getting in your 4-wheel vehicle or maybe 2 or 3 wheels, who knows? Anyway, if you're going to restaurants here's what you should know. Evercore published a survey on consumer preferences, and it shows that fast casual restaurants, Sweat Green, Cava, and Shake Shack have been among the biggest net gainers of consumer fans since 2019, especially with young people, and that's important. We'll come back to that. Meanwhile, Starbucks and Chipotle have been among the biggest losers of super fans over the past 5 years here. I'll leave the Starbucks chat to you,
yes,
but
thank you. Thank you so
I'll
much.
take a look at specifically Cava here and some of those that have gained fans, and I think they're doing it on 2 fronts here. They're really recognizing the customer lifetime value of some of those younger spenders that are coming in, and they're also making sure that they've got a digital first play so that it's not about sitting and grazing in the restaurant the same way that you would have before. It's about making sure that you can grab it, go, make sure you have quality of food that you've got access to as well, and the ingredients, and that it feels fresh, and that ultimately the digital side perhaps gives you a more streamlined experience.
Teens and 20-year-olds, they love leaving a place with a bowl. They don't want to eat a sandwich. They want a bowl, and they want it filled with 4 times as much food as you're supposed to be eating based on FDA guidelines. Kava offers that. It might be pricey, but the food is pretty good. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, Brad, you mentioned Starbucks. They have some work to do here. First of all, we all know that the prices for Starbucks need to be in line. That's something new CEO Brian Niccol is working on. You'll probably see more of his initiatives start to flow through in the first quarter of next year. But teens and 20-somethings just disenchanted with the mobile experience, according to this survey. Now, we recently talked to Brian Niccol, myself and senior reporter Brooke DePalma, asked him about some of the changes he will be making soon to improve that experience. Here's what he told us.
And we're getting ready to pilot some additional work on ensuring that our partners are set up for success to give a customer a great drink, right, in less than 4 minutes in store with that kind of marquee moment. You know, I'm calling it the moment of truth, where we hand you that drink, you see the grand apron, your coffee's coming right to you. We got to make sure we are set up so that our partners can execute that way. And that means obviously we got to have the right algorithm to support mobile order, as well as the right tools to support drive-through while we do this.
Brad, if Brian could get me a $2 iced coffee from Starbucks that doesn't taste burnt, I'm down. I think their stock price will head the other direction.
I don't think you're going to get $2 anything at Starbucks.
Well, no, under 2 minutes. Let me correct myself. Under 2 minutes, you get me that $7 iced coffee. I'll pay the $7. Just don't make the coffee taste burnt. Change whatever coffee beans there. You know, and this is even a Dunkin' Donuts problem. I got Dunkin' over the holiday yesterday. I mean, it's brutal. This stuff is undrinkable, Brad. You know, undrinkable.
It's also the investments in sustainability that all the companies are making right now, too. And I actually discovered this when I was up at Smucker's in Orville, Ohio, making the trip up there. And they're investing more in trying to make sure that they can get higher altitude beans as well, get that created even more so. It's something that all of them have to think about with climate change.
Well, they better think about it now. All right, straight ahead, we'll have the opening bell on Wall Street and a few top trading ideas from a market veteran, Kenny Polcari. I hear Kenny may have a recipe for us, too, for the holidays. Love his recipes. We'll be right back on Morning Brief.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
There you're taking a look at the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. You've got Columbia Football ringing the opening bell, and at the NASDAQ, you've got the Make-A-Wish Foundation ringing the opening bell, kicking off today's trading activity here. All right, let's take a look at the markets as we begun today's trading activity. First and foremost, let's take a look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Begins the day fractionally lower. Right now, we're down by about 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite, as you see that calibrating behind me, over the past 2 days, net positive by about 1.4%. However, we begin this day 2 of the Santa Claus rally down by about 0.25%, we'll say. And then the S&P 500, you're seeing that still net positive fractionally, but to begin today, you're seeing that down by about 0.25%. So we've got some work to do to make up for some of the early declines out of the gates to try and add on to what we had seen in the first day of the Santa Claus rally just before the Christmas holiday. And now we're also going to continue to track very closely to see exactly what type of moves we need to say from mega cap tech stocks in order to perhaps give that a little bit more of the thrust in the engine for that Santa Claus rally. But as of right now, to begin today's trading activity, you're looking at some losses, some red on the screen at least. Flat as it may be for NVIDIA, it is still hyper waffling as of this juncture, oscillating between gains and losses. Apple, right now, you're seeing that higher by about 0.4%. We'll dig into that a little bit more later on this morning here. Meta, perhaps that's another play that you're tracking here. One of the other Magnificent 7 stocks that's down by about 0.4%. So a lot of red to begin today, just a few spots of green. Also want to take a look at the sector activity as
Guys, US market is open. US market open हो चुका है already. Crude oil is still on resistance. अगेन आई एम सेइंग दैट जो लोग सेलिंग में हैं अगर क्रूड ऑयल में अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो या क्वांटिटी बहुत कम कर दो। नीचे एक एफईजी बना दिया है प्राइस ने, ये टैग लगेगा जस्ट सपोर्ट। प्राइस यहाँ पर भी रुकने की कोशिश करेगा, मुझे लगता नहीं अब आना चाहिए नीचे इसको। काफ़ी देर लगा दिया, ऑलमोस्ट 7 आवर्स हो चुके हैं। अभी तक आना होता तो आ चुका होता, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली यहाँ से सपोर्ट लेके ब्रेकआउट करके वापस ऊपर जाने के चांसेस ज़्यादा लगते हैं। नीचे आएगा तो ये एफईजी ब्रेक करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, नहीं तो नीचे आ नहीं पाएगा। तो आई विल सजेस्ट यू सेलिंग वाले एग्जिट कर लो, ठीक है, या फिर क्वांटिटी बहुत कम कर दो। डोंट टेक द रिस्क नाउ। खाली थीटा डीके हो रहा है और कुछ नहीं हो रहा है इसमें। एसएल गया नहीं है तो इवन तो यहाँ पर एक एफईजी बन गया है, बट बाइंग में भी रिस्की है, बिकॉज अगर यहाँ से बाई कर लिया और यहाँ से फिर से रिजेक्शन लेके नीचे आ गया तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी। नहीं तो ये एक एफईजी से यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा अगर कोई बाइंग का प्लान करना चाह रहा है छोटे से एसएल के साथ, ये ट्राई कर लो, और इसमें कुछ कर नहीं सकते फिलहाल के लिए अभी। फ्रॉम एफईजी यू कैन बाय इट स्मॉल एसएल, अगर ये ब्रेकआउट हो जाता है ऊपर तब फिर थोड़ा सा बड़ा मूव एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो, ठीक है। जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होगा तब तक ये भी नहीं कह सकते कि ये रेजिस्टेंस जो बना है यहाँ पर ये कम्प्लीटली टैकल हो चुका है या नहीं। बाकी नेचुरल गैस तो ब्रेक डाउन कर ही चुका है ऑलरेडी, देख पा रहे होगे कैंडल कम्प्लीटली नीचे क्लोज हो चुकी है, तो रीटेस्ट में इसको वापस सेल का प्लान कर सकते हो इस तरह से। ये दो ही टारगेट है नीचे, 280 एंड 276। इसका सपोर्ट ब्रेक हो चुका है तो रीटेस्ट में ही सेलिंग करी जा सकती है। थोड़ा ध्यान रखना इसमें, नीचे 281 पे लोअर सर्किट भी है, थोड़ा सा नीचे और आएगा तो लोअर सर्किट लग जाएगा। तो ब्रेक डाउन हो चुका है, रीटेस्ट पे एक सेलिंग का प्लान रखियो। लाइक्स भी हो चुके हैं, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम।
as you move ahead. But one way or the other, especially these last couple of trading days, I wouldn't be making any major decisions on your portfolio, based on what we see today, Friday, or Monday, Tuesday of next week. I would just kind of sit back and wait and see how it plays out.
Kenny, our chart of the day here at Yahoo Finance was looking back at the weighting of the top 10 stocks in the S&P 500 has never been higher, about 38%. I mean, these are some of the biggest names: Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, you name it. Do you see or do you sense from the folks that you talk to an appetite to buy more of these stocks in that first week in January when people start plotting out their portfolios for the new year?
I don't see that anyone's, people I'm talking to or investors that I'm helping manage your money, that people are going, the first week I got to get in, I got to buy more of those names. Not at all. In fact, what I would say to them is names that are stretched, and there are a lot of them that are stretched, you got to be patient. We already own them. They're part of your portfolio, so no need to feel like you missed it. Let's be patient, let them pull back. But on a pullback, when stocks go on sale, good names like those names, right? You're talking Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, IBM, names like that are great names to buy when stocks go on sale. And so I'm talking to clients, and when clients talk to me about, wanting to get into those names, it's about being patient. It's about getting in at the right time, not just getting in to get in.
And so with this in mind, what is the kind of valuation structure that you're, an assessment that you're applying, given some of the most overcrowded trades seem very, very highly valued at this juncture going into the start of next year?
Right. So again, we're not chasing them, right? They own them. And I would say to people, I would say to investors, take some of this new money that you're using and look for opportunities in maybe the sectors that have underperformed, or stocks in other sectors that are large cap, that are big names in those individual sectors that you're going to use as ballast for your portfolio to provide stability. Look, like anybody, you don't want to be overweighted in any one sector. I mean, if you're 20 years old, maybe that's one thing. But if you're 50 or 60 years old, then you absolutely don't want to be overweighted. You want to have a much more balanced portfolio. And so you're going to look for those opportunities. But again, like anything, don't go chasing stretched valuations, because as we know, trees don't go to the sky. At some point, it retreats. And that's kind of what we're seeing. That's kind of what we've been seeing over the month of December, right? Stocks are actually down in December for the most part. If you look at a lot of stocks on sale, they're down 10%, they're down 12%, and those are the opportunities as long as they're good quality names and they're down only because of a market cyclicality versus the thesis changing in those stories. And I haven't seen, the thesis change in Apple and Amazon and Microsoft and Nvidia. The thesis has not changed. So on any weakness, we'd be putting more money to work.
All right, Kenny, we'll let you get back to the kitchen and do some more experimentation for that next recipe that's going to get tossed in to the Substack. Appreciate it.
I think it was the oregano this morning. I saw a note.
Shrimp oregano.
Oh, oregano. There we go. Oh, man. Love it. I'll tell you about my cheese plate later.
I got to tell you, I agree with you. Starbucks, burnt coffee, I can't
see. I mean, come on. Can we just get a little bit of Italian espresso?
I'm a Dunkin' Donuts guy.
Oh, man.
I'm a Dunkin' Donuts guy.
Dunkin's burnt too, Kenny. McDonald's. Give it a try. Iced coffee.
Or you guys could just make it yourself.
We could do
all
that.
your markets action straight ahead. Thanks so much, Kenny. Appreciate it. Stay tuned. You're watching The Morning Brief.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right?
Still crude oil not gives the breakout. अभी भी देखोगे crude oil ने breakout नहीं दिया है. Still holding that same level. ये पूरा resistance zone ही बना हुआ है still, and नीचे FEG बना दिया, तो it is holding that level now. अगर रुके हुए हो सेलिंग वाले ट्रेड में, तो फिर एसएल ये देख लो, इतना ही है, इससे बड़ा एसएल लेना मत. और अगर साइडवेज गया तो कुछ प्रीमियम नहीं मिलेगा अगर ऑप्शन ट्रेड कर रहे हो बाइंग में स्पेशली। बाकी मैं इतना जरूर कह सकता हूँ अब नीचे आना है तो ये एफईजी ब्रेक होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर हाँ ये एफईजी ब्रेक कर देता है सक्सेसफुली तब एक चांसेस बन सकता है कि नीचे आ सकता है, नहीं तो ये एफईजी पर ही रुकता रहेगा प्राइस। मैं ये भी नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि ऊपर चला जाएगा क्योंकि ऊपर भी रेजिस्टेंस है, जब तक इसके ऊपर ब्रेकआउट प्रॉपर्ली होता नहीं है तो ये रेजिस्टेंस की तरह ही काम करेगा, इसीलिए रुक रहा है। नहीं तो अभी तक अगर रेजिस्टेंस नहीं होता तो चला जाता। बार बार ट्राई कर रहे हैं एफईजी बना बना के प्राइस को ऊपर मूव करा दें। तो अगर जो अभी भी सेलिंग में बने हुए हैं तो उनको मैं ये सजेस्ट करूंगा एसएल लास्ट ये रख लो, इससे बड़ा एसएल मत रखना। एफईजी ब्रेक हो जाएगा तो पॉसिबिलिटी है नीचे आएगा, नहीं आता है तो फिर यहीं पर रुकना चाहिए। और अगर ऊपर ब्रेकआउट हो गया सच में तो फिर तो ये और ऊपर जा सकता है।
We're counting down to the new year, but also taking a look back at some big market moments of 2024 and how certain sectors performed. There are 11 S&P 500 sectors in case you didn't know, and we're zeroing in on industrials. Yahoo Finance senior markets reporter Inez Ferre has been digging into this one for us. No pun intended there, Inez.
That's right, Saz. Industrials, XLI on the S&P 500 up 17% year to date. Take a look at this. Started out strong here, then went sideways for a bit, then it was up, came down in December, but you hit highs back in November, early November. That push-pull that we saw recently, that stop and go, is basically reflective of the markets on whether or not we would get a soft landing or not. There are a couple of themes that investors should consider going into 2025. One is the push for onshoring and reindustrialization. This includes bringing supply chains to the U.S., investments in everything from chip manufacturing to electrification. A second theme, big theme, being commercial aerospace. This involves aging fleets, servicing those fleets, planes that are lasting longer, having to fly those planes longer. That's driving up demand for parts and maintenance, which benefits companies like GE Aerospace, for example, which makes aircraft engines, and other suppliers and companies that also service those parts. And then the prospects of lower interest rates and deregulation with the incoming Trump administration. This has all been supportive for the industrialization sector, and part of the reason why we saw that big run-up also after the elections as well. So if you take a look at some of the industrial players to see which ones really outperformed this year, this is the daily chart, but I'm going to put a year-to-date chart so you can see over here, as I was mentioning, GE Aerospace up 67%. You've got RTX, Raytheon, look, 38% year-to-date. Defense contractors hit all-time highs earlier this year, recently. And then you've got Caterpillar, big machinery, like Sazi was mentioning. Caterpillar up 23%, also hit new highs recently. All of that onshoring, all of the industrialization, all of the commercial aerospace, all the aerospace in general, all of defense, all of that is very bullish for this sector, guys.
Inez, thanks so much for breaking down the industrials trade for us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Netflix betting big on live sports, making its NFL debut on Christmas Day, streaming 2 live games, and of course one of those games featured a halftime show featuring Beyonce. Joining us now, we've got Santosh Rao, big Beyonce fan, and Manhattan Venture Partners head of research. Thanks so much for taking the time here with us. No doubt you tuned in just to see what was going on, what Netflix was bringing to the table here, to the field, and their 2025 programming slate. It's set to provide a strong tailwind for the company, at least it seems, by how investors are looking through. What's your assessment?
Absolutely. I think this was a home run as far as they are concerned. There's a big slate coming up next year. But before that, I think this was a great home run for the ad business that they have. I think it's really going to bolster their ad tier. And overall, I think it's going to pull in. It's all about scale. It's all about monetization. And I think this one was a hit in every which way. There was no buffering issue and all that stuff. So it went out clean and good response from what I hear, what I read. So I think net, I think this was a good thing, good initiative, good foray into real life sports. So I think this is good. I like it. I have nothing but good praise, and it should provide good tailwind going into 2025 after a strong 2024. So I think this is great in terms of everything, all things considered.
Santosh, I want to stay on Netflix. I'm doing a little work on the company. If you go to Yahoo Finance, click on the analysis tab, you can see that the average price target on Netflix is $838 a share. That's about 10% lower than it is today. And that is despite the company crushing earnings estimates every single quarter this year, stock up 92%. Can you still make a case? I hear what you're saying on the company's outlook, but that the stock is still undervalued. If they nail live sports, they nail Squid Games, they nail WWE in January, and this is a company potentially churning out billions of dollars on free cash flow, do you think the stock is still undervalued?
I think so. It absolutely is, because there's still a long runway ahead. They're just getting into live sports, and there's so many other live sports they can get into. Let's say cricket in India, then you got soccer and so many other areas that they still need to. So they're going to pull people into their ecosystem. So the sub growth is going to be strong. The revenue is already strong. The financials are pretty healthy. Yes, there's going to be some pullback, back and forth. But net, a secular trend is up and to the right. Just given all the fundamentals and also the competitive landscape is also not that strong. And they are well ahead of everyone. The others are still rationalizing costs and cutting costs, and there's slate issues, new releases and all that. So Netflix beats them on every angle. And yes, to a large extent, it's priced in, but there is a lot more to come ahead, because they are the only game in town in terms of excellent streaming services and a broad breadth of offering, the genres and everything. So whatever metric you weigh them on, they're just doing a great job, and they will continue to do it. So I would price it on a long-term basis. I wouldn't take a short-term view. They still have at least, I would say at least 15-20% upside from here.
Santosh, I wonder, because this is not about them just loving sports so much. It's because they love the advertisers that come along with sports. And so what percentage of the amount of ads that typically go to some of the historic cable broadcasters or the larger rights holders of these sports would they need to be able to take away in order for that to be passed through to their financial performance and investors really see the full benefit of the different relationships that they're hoping to get on the marketing, on the advertising side?
I think that number is tough to pin down, at least for me at this point. But overall, I think what this does, it kind of gives them more scale. They need more content to pull people in. They need more stickiness, reduce the churn rate more and more. So I think all this is good. They're not going to take all the advertising dollars. That's a long shot. But at some point, they will get a sizable number to get the incremental revenue coming in from the ad business is going to be very sizable, very good for them. And they will, knowing Netflix, they will scale up very well. They will do a good job. So if they start off low and then they really speed up. So their execution has been excellent, and you're going to see that more and more here as well. So exact number, how much they need to really make a mark, I don't know, but anything incremental is good. Their ad business is doing well. The ad tier is doing well, and more of that is even better.
Now, on one hand, Santosh, you have excellence in execution Netflix, then you have Intel over here. In fact, my hand just goes off the chart. It's out there somewhere. I was talking way down. I was talking to an investor in Intel earlier in the week, and we couldn't figure out, one, what ultimately happens to their foundry business, which is why they're really struggling here. And then number two, who leads the company? How dire is the outlook for Intel? And do you think all the downside is priced in here?
Yeah, I think to some extent, they can still go down, but I think most of it is priced in. They really missed the boat. I think the chips have evolved, the whole cycle they've evolved. They still stayed with the original compute business, but now it's more about training and AI and inferencing and all the other areas. They really missed out on all those things. So they need to catch on that side. So it's going to take a while. First of all, they need a good CEO who will execute a plan, a very coherent plan that will work. I think that's going to take some time. So I think if I had to take a bet reading about them and following them, I would say 2026 is really when you're going to start seeing some traction. But until then, it's really work in progress. They're still cutting costs, still cutting staff. They still don't know what they're going to do with the foundry business. They're going to spin it off. A lot of puts and takes there. So I think that it's going to take a long time. Meanwhile, the chip business is just moving on very fast, and they really need to catch up at a very fast pace if they really want to keep up with the rest of the chip business. But they need to. They have nothing more to lose. I mean, they're at the bottom now. They really need to, and it's a good asset, of course.
Yeah.
They have a great staff. They get great talent. They just need to get it together to kind of move ahead, and they will down the road, but not at this point. They still need a lot of work to do.
Santosh, thanks so much for taking the time here with us, and happy holidays to you.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you.
Great seeing you all.
Good to see you. Coming up, everyone, while stocks soared, Rolex prices plummeted all year long. We're getting into what's behind that trend next.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Investors are looking back on the year, and while your Bitcoin, gold, and equities are all likely ending 2024 higher, one investment isn't doing too well: expensive Rolex watch prices. Our resident watch expert, Praz Subramanian, has been watching this really all year long. Praz, trying to figure out, I mean, I know the value of your vast watch collection probably has gone up. You're a savvy investor, but like, what is happening specifically with Rolex prices?
Well, so overall, it has been a great year for the Swiss watch luxury industry, right? I mean, not really bad years in 2023 and 2022 where we saw steep drops, but this year the overall market fell 5.1%. And you mentioned Rolex, Brian, that they were down 5% this year. Patek and AP also down 6.5% and 7.4% respectively. Really interesting there because these are the holy trinity of those Swiss watches. They're not doing so well, and I think it's because of the fact that they ran up so much, so highly during the pandemic-fueled buying of these watches. But I want to point out, Brian, that a few brands actually appreciated this year. Bell & Ross, Tudor, and Cartier. Cartier in particular seen a remarkable strength this year. The past models at the Tank and Santos, these classic models doing quite well. Good news for Cartier owner Richemont, which owns IWC, Panerai, and Vacheron. And I know, Brian, I think a nice Cartier would look really good on your wrist.
That's what he said he was gifting me, Praz.
Praz, I don't have your money yet, but isn't it Tudor? Isn't it just a fake Rolex? Doesn't Rolex make Tudor?
They do. It's the sister brand, I would say. It is a good, a very respected watchmaker in its own right. It makes its own movements. Yes, they're owned by Rolex. About a price, about a quarter to a half of what a Rolex watch runs, but very popular these days because people want, actually, we've seen the data that actually younger, even millennial, and even some Gen Z, people actually like, luxury watches and they're looking into it and buying them. So I was surprised to see that, us Gen X guys probably not so much, but these days I think the watch industry is sort of being floated up by a lot of different subgenres and different cohorts.
It's interesting, Praz, because it seems like some of the most viral new watches that are coming out are some of the collaborations, some of the projects, either with historical watch companies that are saying, okay, we'll work with, this new clothing designer or this new celebrity and come up with something. It seems like they're trying to generate fanfare that way. Is that, and the early elements of that, successful thus far?
We saw that huge collaboration with Swatch, with Omega, and Swatch also with Blancpain, just causing all kinds of hype and mania, people lining out the doors of Swatch to buy these watches. And I think on a lesser degree, you're going to see some watches that like other companies like Bamford who do Rolex one-offs. You might see more and more of that as the brand sort of branch off into more younger and hype-driven brands as well.
Praz, when you come back in the office, you got to check out my Christmas gift. My significant other got me a new Seiko Arnie watch. It's like this hulking black watch that he wore in The Predator. I mean, it's solar powered. Well, I think it was only like $500. I mean, it's life-changing, Praz. You got to come and see it.
The Safari, I have it. I own that watch.
Really? I mean, look.
I'll bring it in.
I mean, just great minds think alike. Praz Supermanian, good to see you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, that does it for the morning brief. Brad and I are sticking around, and we're going to talk about catalysts and market moves and lots of stocks. We'll be right back.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
गाइस क्रूड ऑयल देखो वहीं पर रुका हुआ है, वापस नीचे एफईजी ब्रेक कर रहा है, ब्रेक करता है तो नीचे आना चाहिए। लेट्स सी ब्रेक करता है नहीं करता। ब्रेकआउट अभी भी हुआ नहीं, रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर गया नहीं है, साइडवेज ना जाए ध्यान रखना। बाकी नेचुरल गैस ब्रेकडाउन रीटेस्ट का फर्स्ट टारगेट दे चुका है, एक लोअर सर्किट लगा था वो भी ओपन हो गया ऑलरेडी। नीचे आता है तो वापस 277 के आसपास एक सपोर्ट मिलेगा आपको। वापस रीटेस्ट करने जाता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हो सेम लेवल से।